Testing 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Let me know if you can hear me. Yep, we're good. Okay. All right, this is muted. I hope to break that down over the next few days. Just thank you. Thank you for leaning into what we're going to do. Thank you for kind of entrusting in this. Thank you for being a kind individual who's out there shaking hands and saying hello, because all of us are what makes this, not me. My job was done 3 minutes ago. For those that don't know me, my name is Clark Sell. If you don't know me, that means you haven't read any emails from me, read our website, and I've done a poor marketing job. But I am the person who put this together, me, my lovely wife, and a bunch of other volunteers, but most importantly, all of you. You are the ones who make that what it is. I just set the stage, put some trees up here and whatnot. Now, I need a show of hands before we get this thing kicked off. I need a show of hands of who was here last year. Right on. So one, thank you for coming back. For all who didn't, we're going to heckle them. But I need revenge. Bad. 365 days I've been waiting for this moment right here. And this moment is this. We're going to play a game of Rochambeau. The biggest game of Rochambeau. The loudest game. And I know what you're saying. Oh, some corporate woo-ha up here trying to get us all together. Yes, except I don't work for any corporate companies. So does everybody know how to play rock, paper, scissors? Yes. That is underwhelming. Like bad underwhelming. This is not how we're starting. Hey, the principles of the game are this. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Right? We got it? Not rock, paper, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay. Thank you. Somebody got that. This is why we're doing this. We're getting all this nervous energy out. Here's how this works. You're going to stand up and you're going to play with the person next to you. The loser becomes your cheerleader. You go find somebody else. You play against them. The loser then becomes that cheerleader. Your team gets bigger. You get bigger and bigger and bigger until there's two halves of this audience battling against one another. And then I battle all of you for supremacy. Now, I lost last year. So we'll see how it goes this year. Got it? Do we know paper beats rock, scissor beats paper, rock beats scissor? Good? You guys are all engineers. We should know this. Can I get a little hoo-ha out of here? All right. Here's the thing. Part of this is that you have to be loud and cheer for your team. Okay? Don't stand around and in the background. This is about rock, paper, scissors domination. Got it? This is serious stuff. Okay, let's up on our feet. Let's go. On the count of 3, we're going to kick it off. You got your teammate? 1, 2, 3, let's go. Keep finding another team. Let's go, join up. Not enough noise. Let's go! Do we have somebody? Let's go! Come on, make some noise. Go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. You gotta go 3 times. You're not taking the supremacy over 1. Let's go.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
So we can all see.
Tiebreaker.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Man, 0-2. Thank you for winning. We're passing you the bill. Thank you for that. I hope that moved a little blood in the body, brought us a little closer together. The energy was fantastic. Unfortunately, I lost again. I really did try. Earlier this week, I sent you an email, and I said there's 3 pillars of that conference, and you've heard me say this before, and I want to reiterate it. I think about this as a platform for you. I think that there's these areas of which make all of this important, right? You're going to learn something, right? We're going to get educated, and we're going to walk out of here with some bit of knowledge, some bit of bits and bytes that we can do something with. More importantly, I would say, go to things that you don't understand, that you've never heard of, products, vendors that you've never heard of before. Get that exposure. Part of the secret sauce here is that it's not just one thing. It's a plethora of all shades of stuff. So where else in 3 days can you get a whole lot of things and decide, hey, I kind of like that. I should go down that path a little further. And then networking. This room is the heart and soul, the beating piece of the community. This is where we get to meet one another. This is why you have a PIN number that you can interact with a sponsor or the person left or right of you. Because together, right, we grow. Together we make one another better. But I want you to ask yourself, I want you to be greedy and ask yourself, why are you here? Legitimately. I want you to take a moment, write down on a piece of paper, what is it that you're here? What's pulling you forward? Are you looking to learn? Are you looking to meet people? Are you looking for exposure? And do you have a plan? Because we're not leaving at the end of 3 days without meeting that plan. I want you to ask yourself, what do you want? If you go to a session and it doesn't work for you, politely get up and go to another one. You should all have a backup. It's okay. It's okay to hang out the entire time in open spaces. That's okay. This is your experience. Who is it that you want to meet? This is why we have a public profile and we can share and announce where we're going to be. Not going to be, announce that we're here. So you have the opportunity to meet people, right? The badge isn't for you. I mean, it's a keepsake, but the reality is it's for the other person reading it, right? So think about who do you want to meet. Also, think about what you can give. We all have experiences that we can share with one another. We're all the same. We just need to share the stuff. Doesn't matter whether you're a speaker, an organizer, a sponsor, a CEO, CTO, developer, tester, student, professional, spouse, kid, old, young, none of that matters. We all have something in here that's of value to somebody else. And what will you do with this after? Don't come here without a plan and then leave and then not be involved. Or not follow up on the fact that you wanted to meet somebody. Or not go learn the thing. Yeah, you're going to go back, you're going to get busy. Great. Take your investment here and go get your return on it, right? How are we going to do that? Well, to borrow from Marcus Aurelius, we're going to confine ourselves to the present. We're in the middle of a cornfield for a reason. So when your boss calls, you can ignore it and say, I'm sorry, I didn't get that call because cell phone service in the Wisconsin Dells doesn't work. It's non-existent. We're here so that we can all lean into being here with one another. We're here, but you have to be present and take advantage of that. Cool? Yeah. This is a big word that comes out of my mouth often. It's the community. It's all of us. I have zero corporate motive other than to make you all grow. That's it. This is my why. Because I believe that the collective, together, just like any engineering team, can be one badass set of people who do things faster and better than we could without it. And I believe in tech that we have this special little sauce where we all get together and we do this and we share without motive. And I think it's pretty cool. And I'm reminded of my son's soccer team this past year where they didn't do well the prior years. And here a bunch of kids came together to play and learn how to be a team. And what did that team go do? They got their regional title. They got over to sectionals. They did something that's only been done one other time in the school before. And it's not because they were crazy talented or could bang one from the upper 90s. It's because they played together. It's because there's 11 of them, and you need to know how to play off of one another. You need to know how to pass. You need to know how to come together as a team when the football players are against you and ragging on you. Because it's more than just the cleats on and on the grass, but it's also what you do as a person. And so they kicked ass. And that's what we do every day when we go to work and we build a product to give it to a customer to solve all the bugs that they found. Well, that part was a joke. We don't write bugs, do we? No, features that we can't resolve. So we're a team. People ask me all the time, what does that stand for? You. It's not an acronym. It's a word. One, for some reason, the government gave me a trademark on. So, but it stands for you. It stands for what we're going to do over the next 3 days. It really stands for what we're going to do over the next 365 days. And this is the reunion to get a little hype. This is the reunion to get our little buckets filled. Now, I want to plant this in the back of your mind. I don't want us to be in the mode of solving somebody else's problem. I want us to be in the mode of sharing our experiences so that that person can pick those experiences and solve their problem, because we all know context matters. And it's a thing that we always want to do, which is helps them solve their thing. But we all need to be reminded of the fact that there's 1,000 different ways to do something in tech. And sometimes at 2 o'clock in the morning, the way to do it is so that you can go to bed at 2:30 in the morning. So just think about that, right? When we're having a conversation and we're talking about the best felt kit thing, that's be my table. Think about sharing experiences rather than solving people's problems. Okay? So all of what I just said, I want you to go back and I want you to think about, ask yourself why you're here. And what is it that you want to get, and have a plan. Cool? Yeah. Right on. Wow, we've done 46, 8, I don't know, keynotes over 16 events. I get the privilege of asking people like Kent to come and take the stage. It's an absolute honor to have him take this stage and to take this time to be with us. I want to tell a little story. I get so wrapped up into planning this in the day job and all the things that have to happen to get the trees set and the food served and the tickets sold that I often don't even get to take my own advice and get involved. I try to be very involved, but it doesn't always happen. But I look out across the community and I think about this stage and I go, who is it that we can give it to that represents the things that I find that the community should do? Who's giving? Who's creating a place that others can grow? Who's representing the values that we all want to exist by? Who inspires me? And Ket fits that for all of those things. In fact, to a degree that almost pisses me off at times, because I'm sitting there going, how is he doing all of this? And I'm getting pushed. And he's not trying to do that, but I'm sitting there going, I can do better. Because I know that I have it in me to do better. And when I see others raising the bar, I'm like, great, I want to raise my bar too. So I asked Kent many, many, many months ago, would you be able to take the stage? And he said yes. And without further ado, let's welcome Kent C. Dodds to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Clark. Wow, this is fantastic. The lights are as bright as all the other keynoters have ever said. It's the first thing they get on say, whoa, it's bright. I am so thrilled to be here with all of you at that conference. I'm going to be giving a talk, How to Be an Epic Web Dev, which is kind of a bit of a joke because the thing that I build is epicweb.dev, and if you haven't seen it already, you can go to it, and it's great. So before I get into things, I want to just give a shout out to the sponsors of this event. Without these sponsors, it just would not happen at all, because without the sponsors, the ticket prices would have to be so high that none of you could come. And so, yeah, nothing would happen. But beyond that, it's not just the money that the sponsors offer to make the event happen, but it's the connections that you can make with the sponsors while you're here. So things may be going great for you. Maybe you've already got a job and you're happy there, but eventually the bottom falls out. Sometimes it just happens that way. So you need to go talk to these sponsors and make these connections so that if you ever are part of a layoff or something, you have people to talk to and say, hey, you remember I was at that and you were at that, and like let's have this conversation now because I am looking for a new opportunity. So definitely take the opportunity to go talk to the sponsors. You're here in person, which I think warrants a little bit of work on your own network. I'm going to talk about that a little bit more in the talk here. So in preparing for this talk, I remember talking to Clark, and I said, how long do I have, Clark? Like 20 minutes, 30 minutes? He's like, no. The keynote is a 90-minute keynote. I was, wait, say what? And I gave a 3-hour talk once, but it was basically just me going through a workshop and people watched. I think it was enjoyable, but yeah, 90 minutes, that's a lot. And he said, but don't worry, I'm going to take the first 15 or so. So, oh, okay, yeah, 75-minute talk. So I'm like, okay, I've got to figure out what this is. And so I watch all of or a bunch of the keynotes in recent years that have been live streamed. And there are a couple of things that are common across those keynotes. First of all, they're all really great and definitely worth a watch if you haven't been through them. Secondly, they all seem to make a joke about the name of this conference. I decided I'm not going to do that. Oh, okay. And then it seems to me that Clark really wants to get professionals in the industry on the stage to share their personal experiences and some key takeaways from their life experience. And so that's what I'm going to do in this talk. I'm going through like 16 takeaways though. We're going to get through a ton of stuff, and I'll have a slide at the end with all of them so you can snap a photo of that. But to give you some context on some of these stories, I want to start by telling you a little bit about who I am. So I am a full-time father and husband. I have full-time, I dedicate all of my time and energy to that, and sometimes that means I have to go and make money. So I'm also a full-time teacher, and I teach on epicweb.dev, epicreact.dev, and testingjavascript.com. Those are my offerings. And I have had tens of thousands of people who have gone through these different offerings to learn about testing and React and full-stack web development. That's what I really enjoy doing. But I have also worked at small companies making big impacts and huge companies making massive impacts. And my code in open source and otherwise has been used and run by pretty much everybody. In fact, how many of you have used testing library? Probably my biggest open source library. Awesome. I see not as many hands as I expected. And some of you are thinking, wow, that's not a lot. I'm thinking, wow, look at that opportunity. But also, how many of you have used React, coded any React stuff? All right, I've contributed to React, so there you go. And then AngularJS, not Angular, the modern Angular, but AngularJS, any of you use that? I contributed to AngularJS also, have not contributed to Angular. But I care deeply about open source. I have over 100 NPM packages. It's a big part of what I care about. Also, JavaScript and TypeScript. I was the PayPal delegate on the TC39 for quite a while and helping standardize the language of JavaScript. So I care a lot about the web. Actually, how many of y'all really like JavaScript or TypeScript? Okay, yeah, let's go. I love that language, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later. So that's who I am. I forgot to mention, I also have a blog. Over 500,000 people have read my blog post. So I've done a lot of things, and I've made a pretty big impact on the world, a positive impact, which is my mission, is to make the world a better place through quality software. I feel like I've done that pretty well, and I'm really looking forward to the future of what more I can do. Now I want to talk a little bit about my experience growing up. So as I was born as the 11th of 12 children in a small town in Twin Falls, Idaho. This is my family. This is what happens when you have 12 children, is you have many grandchildren. And this is my family 2 years ago. There are more people who are not pictured in here. And I love it. I love it a lot. But there's something interesting when you have a big family. And Ron Weasley said this very well. So I'm going to read what he said in Harry Potter Book 1. He says, "I'm the sixth in our family to go to Hogwarts. You could say that I've got a lot to live up to. Bill and Charlie have already left. Bill was head boy, and Charlie was captain of Quidditch. Now Percy's a prefect. Fred and George mess around a lot, but they still get really good marks, and everyone thinks they're really funny. Everyone expects me to do as well as the others. But if I do, it's no big deal, because they did it first. You never get anything new either. With 5 brothers, I've got Bill's old robes, Charlie's old wand, and Percy's old rat." Well, I didn't get a rat, but I read this and I was like, Ron, you get me. My siblings are amazing. I have 10 older siblings and a little sister who rocks. And going through school, I'd get to the first day of class and my teacher's like, "Oh, Dodds, yeah, I had your sister and your brother and your other sister and your other brother, and they were awesome." And for me, I'm thinking, wow, my family is amazing, and I know this, and I love them so much. But also, shoot, I hope I don't mess this up. So growing up, I really felt like I needed to find a way to distinguish myself. And I found fun ways to do that. So I was the youngest to receive my Eagle Scout Award. So hooray. Yeah, thanks, Eagle Scout, woo. And then I also, when I had my wisdom teeth removed, I was waking up from the anesthesia, and my mom was sitting next to me. I'm on the bed, and I start wiggling my arms and moving my legs like this. And she looks over at me like, "Something, what did the doctor do to my son?" And she says, "Ken, what are you doing?" And I said, "I'm trying to get the blood flow back in my body so I can recover faster than everybody else did." Unfortunately, that didn't work out because I ended up with dry socket, and that was the worst. Yeah, not fun. It literally stinks because the stuff they put in your mouth to recover from that actually smells awful. So I have this innate part of me that wants to distinguish myself because of my growing up experience. I don't want to just be known as Jim's younger brother. As honorable as that is, I love him very much. I need to be known as myself. In fact, the first video of me as a person was my dad videoing me while my mom is putting me in my clothes, like I'm a day old at this point. And he says, "This is our 11th child. We don't have a name for him yet. He's going to have to make one for himself." So that I've carried with me my whole life. I didn't even know that till I saw the video later. Another aspect of my growing up experience is I grew up in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and we are always speaking in front of each other. So it's I'm very comfortable with speaking in front of people. I still get nervous before I get up, but this is just like a thing that I've always done. And in fact, it's awesome here at that conference, being a family conference. I'm hearing babies in the background. Y'all should come to a church meeting sometime because we have babies everywhere and they are very loud. So I'm not bothered at all if your baby is crying over here. Over half of my family are entrepreneurs. Over half of my family are also teachers. And I happen to be both. So a lot of our growing up experience kind of leads into what we become ultimately. And I know for some of you, you're like, Kent, this doesn't really apply because I'm like grown up now. So how does this help me? But I recommend having a family if you haven't started one already, and maybe think about the opportunities that you can offer them that can start them off for success. So think about that as well. The last thing I guess I'll mention is I served a mission for my church. So in our church, you serve a mission for 18 months to 24 months. Over half of my family served missions. My parents have now served like 3 additional missions. My grandfather served 9 or something like that, just lots and lots of missions. But this is, I could give you a 4-hour talk about the things that my mission did to shape who I am, but I'll just say that you are sent to a place you don't get to choose, with a person you don't get to choose, for 6 weeks to 6 months, and you have to learn how to figure that out. And that, I think you can imagine, was very formative for me. After I got back from my mission, I went to Brigham Young University and started into the Information Systems program, and that's where our story will take us now. So, when I got into the program, and now we're going to start to get to takeaways, so here we go. Now, when I got into the program for Information Systems, I thought, I need to have a job that is like relevant to what I'm doing. I want to like add stuff to my resume. So I get a job at a company called the More Good Foundation. And the object there is, or the mission of that organization, this nonprofit, was to put out a bunch of positive stuff about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So take like writing a lot of blog posts and making videos. And also my job was to take the videos that the church has already produced, the DVDs, and rip those and upload those to YouTube. And so I'd done this a lot as a kid. It was just like this transition into the digital age. And so I was pretty good at this, but my goodness, is it boring. Exhaustingly boring. Before my mission, I took a couple programming classes, and I remember thinking, you could never get me to sit for 8 hours in front of a computer every day in the week because to program, because it's just so boring. I don't enjoy this at all. And so at the time that I'm at the More Good Foundation, I am in school and I have another programming class, and I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. I guess I have to do this. But as I'm doing this really boring task, I'm thinking, you know what? I could probably do this a lot faster if I spend a little bit of time automating this by writing some software. And so I do, and it's way, way faster. And then we have to download videos from YouTube and upload those, or download videos from the church's website and upload those to YouTube. Of course, we have permission to do all this. And in like 13 languages. So we've got tens of thousands of videos. I need to do this. Can you imagine, like, click download and then wait for it to download and then like upload it to YouTube and do all the titles? Super boring. And so I automate that with programming as well, a Java program. And I built a desktop app with a UI using Java Swing. Anybody use Java Swing before? I see you, Mark. Yeah, Java Swing. Good stuff. Good stuff. NetBeans had like this little drag drop builder thing. It was sweet. And I automated it so well that like you can forget about the 10x engineer. I was like the 10,000x intern because I was able to upload a silly amount of videos to YouTube in this way. In fact, they were so happy with me that they put me in front of the donors and the board of directors and said, look at what we have accomplished. All of these dollars that you're donating are getting tens of thousands of videos onto our channels. Awesome. They were very happy with me. So here's my first takeaway for you. First, you need to understand the mission of your organization. There have been jobs where I was like, I have no idea what we do here, but I'm just like coding out something. But when you understand what your organization's mission is, then you can help it accomplish that mission better, and you get a lot of rewards for doing this. So the next takeaway is related. Make the job what you want it to be. So if you're not as happy as you think you could be in your current situation, by understanding the mission of the organization, you can think, you know what? I'm not having fun being over here, this little cog in this tiny machine that actually isn't a part of the core value proposition of this mission, of this organization. I want to make myself invaluable to this company. So you understand the mission of the organization. You find a way to shimmy your job into a spot where you're an invaluable part of the organization, and you'll feel a lot more rewarded, and you'll be in a much safer place as well, especially in the current climate where our jobs aren't as secure as they were a decade ago. So those are my first two takeaways for you. The next thing I want to talk about is I'm going through this program. Things are going well. Day one from getting into the information systems program, they're telling us you've got to get a summer internship. You've got to, and there's a lot of pressure to get yourself your summer internship. So they do career fairs. I apply to a bunch of places. I get some interviews. I get rejected from all of them. And I am terrified. What am I going to do? I'm going to have the dregs of what's left from all of my classmates getting these really great internships. And so I managed to find a internship at the church, actually, and I should say that the church is there are tens of millions of members all over the world. The IT organization is thousands and thousands of IT professionals. It's a big organization. And so I get a QA internship at the church. And I'm I have no idea what QA is, but I like breaking things. And so I think, okay, I guess I could do that. But what I really wanted to do was actually do business intelligence, because we had professionals from these organizations come and present to us what they do. And one of them came and said, I do business intelligence at the church, and lots of SQL and star schema and ETLs and a lot. And I'm hearing this and I'm I don't know what any of that is, but it actually sounds very interesting anyway. And so I'm going to try and do that. I got rejected from that, and I'm really bummed. At least I got an internship that's semi-related to what I'm supposed to do. So fast forward to December, we get to this really big school assignment. It's called Intex. And the assignment is that you and a team of 4 individuals, you are pretending to be a consulting firm. And there's this company that is a photo company that needs some accounting software or something. And so your job is to make a proposal for them, for your consulting company to build this for them. Okay, cool. So guess what? It's going to take you at least 40 hours to do this in just this 1 week. So everybody's taking the time off from work, and you're going to be working on this for this entire week. Okay, great. So we start, and I get the job of making wireframes just to kind of give them a visual idea of what this is supposed to be. And I decide as I'm working through those that this isn't good enough. I can do so much better, because I'm over here at the More Good Foundation making Java Swing UIs, and it actually works and it's awesome. And so I tell my teammates, hey, I'm gonna actually do a little better than this. We're gonna do screenshots of actual application instead. And they are like, dude, you don't need to do that. We're already working 40 hours this week anyway, just don't bother. And I work 80 hours that week, late into the evenings building it. And so instead of just screenshots, I've got a working application that I can demo in our presentation. We get to the presentation and we have judges, because there's going to be a winner. And the judges always come from one of the companies that hires students from the program. This year, it happened to be the church. And so they come, they say, tell us your names and where you're going to be working. I say, my name is Kent Dodds, because the C wasn't a thing yet. And then I say, I'm going to be working as a QA intern at the church. And they say, that sounds great. Go ahead. And so we do our presentation. I get to my part and I do the actual demo. And they are blown away, because they've been spending, they've come multiple years. They've never seen anybody ever do an actual application that works. It has dummy data. You add a transaction here and it appears here. The whole thing actually functioned. And they were really surprised. And when we finished, one of them said, hey, so which one of you is the one who actually built the app? And I said, that was me. He said, oh, you're the one who's doing QA at the church, right? And I said, yeah, that's right. And he says, well, you don't want to do QA, do you? I said, actually, you're right, I don't. He said, you want to do business intelligence, don't you? And I was like, actually, how did you know? That's exactly what I want to do. And he was the director. He's the boss of the guy who told me no. He's the director of the Enterprise Information Management Department. And he's like, I'm going to have you come and work for me. You're going to do business intelligence with me. So the interesting thing about this is he wasn't impressed by the software that I built. He wasn't like, wow, what a good software developer. That's not what impressed him. In fact, later he said, you don't want to be a software developer. That's a dime a dozen. You want to be a business intelligence engineer because that's where all the money is. I have mixed feelings about this now as a software developer. But for him, he was impressed that I went so far, that I went the extra mile. And so that's my next takeaway for you. So this is a plaque that's on a building somewhere in Scotland, and it says, "Whate'er thou art, act well thy part." This was quoted by one of our church leaders years ago, and it became a very common phrase as I was growing up, and an important part of our family. Just doing the very best that you can with whatever situation you're in, whether you're the janitor sweeping the floors or you're the CEO making the deals. It's important to just do the very best that you can. And so my takeaway for you is to go the extra mile, and then also tell the right people about it, because there are so many extra miles that you can go, and when you get there, you find out there's nothing there, or there's an extra mile that you can go and nobody knows that you went there at all. So the big business people are sitting up there on the top thinking that like things are running smoothly. They're like, yeah, I'm so awesome because I've got this company running smoothly. And they don't realize that the people underneath them are just like crawling to make things work. If you're crawling to make things work, you've got to make sure that people know what you're doing. You have to, people need to understand that, because you probably shouldn't be doing that constantly all the time. But when you go the extra mile to make something happen, you make sure that that people know. And you don't have to just like go out and brag about yourself all the time. Instead, what you can do is build a culture of kudos for everybody. So you tell your coworker's boss that this coworker is awesome and the cool things that they've done. You give credit where it's due. And you build this culture around giving accolades to the people who deserve them. That way, the right people will know the extra miles that you go. Now, like I said, sometimes the extra miles that you go don't actually amount to anything. So over this last weekend, I took my family up to the peninsula of Michigan, and we were swimming in Lake Superior. And that was super fun, but my wife lost her glasses, and we couldn't find it anywhere. We have to go back to the beach, and we look out into the water, and we see something that looks like her glasses case. And so we're thinking, well, that's pretty far out. We can't just wait out there. So I'm getting my swimsuit back on. It's like my totally wet swimsuit that's cold now. And the water is cold now, and I'm swimming. I'm going the extra mile. Luckily, it wasn't actually a mile. And right up to the point where I'm going to grab it, it was at this moment that I realized, nope, that's just a piece of wood. Dang it. This has a happy ending. The next day, my son Nathan found her glasses in the car. So she does have glasses, thank goodness. But sometimes the extra miles you go to are just to a piece of wood. That doesn't matter at all. The nice thing about this one, though, is I actually do get credit for this, because now my wife thinks that I'm a superhero. She watched her husband go swim out in this freezing cold water to get her glasses, so she thinks I'm amazing. So, woo-hoo. Sometimes the extra mile doesn't take you anywhere, and that's okay. Keep trying. So, I get that internship at the church. Things are going well. They're happy with me so much that when the summertime ends and I go back to school, they say, hey, we want you to stay on. You can commute, right? And I say, yeah, that's fine. So I live here, school is over here, and the church is over here. So I'm going back and forth, and it's kind of a pain. So the other thing is, so I don't want to stay there for very long, even though I enjoy the work. And the other thing is that I want to diversify my resume and my experience. I want to find out what I actually want to do, because business intelligence ain't it. And so, as cool as it is. So I applied to a bunch of places at the career fair, a bunch of places that rejected me the first year. I got offers the second year. So look, I've got stuff on my resume now. And I get accepted for a summertime internship at a company called USAA. I also end up getting a job at an immediate job at a company called Domo that's local that I actually live very close to, and so I can get rid of that commuting and things are good. I get to the summertime and I talk to Domo and say, hey, I really enjoy working here, but I made this commitment to USAA. I've got to go for the summer. Can I come back and get my job? And they said, yeah, that's fine, whatever. Okay, so I go out, and about 2 weeks before I get back, I start sending emails and making phone calls, and I'm not hearing anything back from them. They are not responding. And I'm thinking, well darn, because my parents aren't paying my tuition. My wife and I have a baby at this point, and we're expecting our second. She is a full-time mom, and we want to keep it that way, and I need to make some money. And I'm like this intern guy who doesn't have really any real world experience, and all I can do is part-time jobs anyway. So I don't want to just like go get a campus job. I want to keep something that is relevant in my industry. And so I'm freaking out that like, oh, actually they probably really didn't like me working at Domo and they don't want me to come back. So I get back on a weekend and I'm thinking, what am I going to do? I guess I should start looking for another job. They don't want me to come back. Or maybe I could just call them constantly all day and not stop until they answer my phone call. I could do that. You know, isn't that the persistence thing that you're told, like be persistent? No, here's what I did instead. Instead, sometimes you hit a tennis ball to the other side of the court and they're not going to hit it back, but you want to play tennis. So you run to the other side of the court and you hit it back yourself. That's what I did. I go into the office and as if I'm starting my first day of school work, and I don't have a badge, so I can't just badge in. So I asked the receptionist to go get my manager. He comes out and I will never forget his face. Just total shock. Kent, what are you doing here? And in the back of my mind, I'm like, yep, that's confirmed. They do not like me at all. They don't want me to come back. And I say, well, I mean, what's the worst that could happen? I'm here. I finished my internship. I'm back. I'm excited to get started again. And he sits there for a second and he says, well, okay, come on back. Let's get you a computer. And I started committing code that day. So like, there are a couple ways that this could have played out. Like maybe they actually really didn't want me. But he felt bad, and so he was like, okay, I guess we'll hire you again. Or maybe they felt indifferent. I think that's probably more likely. They're like, yeah, he was fine, so I guess since he's here, we may as well give him a job. He doesn't cost a whole lot anyway. It's an intern. So whatever it was, I saved myself, like 2 weeks, maybe 2 months of looking for work by just going there and being in person. There's something about being in person that really changes things for people and helps them to see or to tip the balance in your favor. I could actually talk about that a lot. I'll talk about that a little bit more. But here's your takeaway. Sometimes you want to run to the other side of the court to hit the ball back. It's okay to push things a little bit further forward. And even if you're worried about rejection, what's the worst that could happen? They could just say, no, we don't want you here. Well, that's the result that you would have had if you hadn't gone in. So may as well go in and be in person. So my next story is here at Domo. I told USAA I didn't want to come back. So I've got 2 semesters left. USAA is like, hey, we enjoyed having you here. Come on back when you graduate. We'll give you a full-time job. And I said no. It was just not what I wanted to do. Really awesome people, though. Loved my time there. So I get back. Domo is like, yeah, I guess here's your job back, I guess. But I say, hey, I want to have a full-time offer for when I graduate. I promise that I'll have a job. And they say, no, we don't do that. So like, maybe you'll have a full-time job. Who knows? It's a startup, so maybe we won't be in business. So I'm starting to get a little bit worried because all of my classmates are like, yeah, I got my job. And so again, I'm feeling like I'm just going to get left with the dregs. Like nothing is going to be left over. So this is my state of mind. I'm starting to apply to other companies and things just to solidify things for myself. And I get a task at work to add keyboard shortcuts to our application. And I don't know if you've ever done keyboard shortcuts in an application before, but there's a problem. And I'll illustrate this problem first by saying, if you're in Gmail and you're looking at an email, who knows the keyboard shortcut for archiving that email? Anybody? Wow, that is a problem. I was fully expecting, what is it, Mark? E, that's right. It's the letter E. Now, why is it the letter E? Why isn't it the letter A for archive, right? Well, that's because reply all is the letter A. And wait, why is reply all not the letter R, as you might expect? Well, that's because reply is the letter R. So you see the problem here. There are a limited number of keys on the keyboard and a basically unlimited number of actions that you can take. And so I ran into that problem at work with my keyboard shortcuts, and they were getting pretty funky. And so I decided, you know what, when I am working on the computer, there are infinite actions I can take at any moment in time, and I do command space, I open up Alfred, and I type the action, and I execute. And now we're using things like ScriptKit and Raycast, and even Spotlight is fine. But that's the idea. And so I'm thinking, okay, I'll build that for the web. And I built that as an open source library on the side, because I just like coding a lot. And then for a hack night, we would do these hack nights every couple weeks. I decided I'm going to integrate my library. It's called Genie.js. I'm going to integrate that library into the application. Okay, awesome. And then I present, and I'm feeling awesome about it because it's actually a very, very cool piece of technology. It's still actually on NPM. You can go use it. People do use it. It's very cool. So I present, and I do not win. And I'm really, really bummed about it because the person who won just cheated. They found a library somebody else had written and did something with it, and I was like, I'm not bitter at all. I don't think about that every day of my life. No, I actually don't. But I'm back at my desk, and we've got this like cubicle area that's like, you got a little hallway, and then it opens up into this area we called the Pit of Despair. We really liked working there a lot, though. It was actually awesome. I love Domo. But so I'm in the back corner of the Pit of Despair, and I'm packing my stuff, kind of not feeling bad about myself. I felt like I built something really cool. And in walks in the CEO, Josh James. Anybody heard of the name Josh James before? Yeah, so if you were in Silicon Valley or Silicon Slopes area, you would know Josh James because he sold one of his companies, Omniture, to Adobe for $1.8 billion. And he's just kind of a big name in that area, and Domo is a very successful company as well. So the other thing about him, aside from his financial success, is he's just a cool dude, and I am not a cool dude. When I was in high school, I was in like the show choir and stuff. I was not one of the cool kids in high school, and so I'm feeling socially awkward, and I'm feeling like this guy has all the power and I have none, awkward. And he comes in, and I'm thinking, I'm fired. He's mad at me about something. I'd actually, the demo that I made, I'd actually committed and pushed that to master without asking anybody. So I'm thinking, well, whoops. I kind of did that on accident. And so I'm in big trouble. But behind him is like the entire engineering org. Like all of the other developers are following Josh to the Pit of Despair. And so they like plug up the exit. So I'm like trapped with the CEO in a cage match. And behind him, though, are Merrick Christensen and Dave Geddes. And they just say, hey, Kent, we want you to show Josh what you built. Okay. And so I fumble through my little demo. And Merrick is trying to help me save myself. And Josh says, that's cool. And I'm thinking, like, why is he here? And that's probably what he's thinking, too. Why did these guys bring me over to show me this? And so Merrick is trying to save the situation, and he says, and Josh, this kid is an intern. And Josh is like, yeah, okay, yeah, neat. And that is my moment. I'm like, okay, this is it. He just heard about my employment status. And I say, that's right, Josh. And if you give me an offer right now, I'll accept it. What have I done? And Dave Geddes, I just talked to him recently. He's like, when I heard you say that, my eyes bulged. I could not believe that you just said that to the CEO. And like, we've got all the other developers there. This is, like I said, everybody's there, and they just heard me say this, and their jaws are dropping. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that this happened. And Josh looks at me for a second and he says, he turns over to Dave and Merrick and he says, "You vouch for this guy?" And they say, yeah, he's great. And he says, okay. He grabs a piece of paper, he grabs a pen, slides it over to me, says, "What's your number?" I hadn't thought about this. I didn't plan it this far. And so I remember hearing, like 60,000 is the average for graduating seniors out of my program. 65. I'm going to bring up the average. So I slide it back over to him. And he says, okay. He pulls out his phone and he calls the VP of HR. It's 11 at night or 11:30 because we're at a hack night. So she wakes up. He told this story a couple weeks later to the entire company. And so I know what happened. He says, okay, so I've got this kid over here and this is how much he wants. And can I hire him? And she says, "Josh, you're the CEO. You can do whatever you want. I'm going to sleep again." And so he makes me an offer, and here it is. This is the offer letter. This is the only photocopy I have. When I made the photocopy, I didn't want to show people what my salary was. That's why it's all blocked up. But he wrote this letter to me that night, and he said, "When do you start?" And I said, "Oh, I think like school ends sometime the end of April." He says, No. You don't want to wait till school's out? Come on, just start working now. And I'm like, "Josh, this isn't a sunk cost thing. I literally have 2 semesters, and then I get a master's degree. I'm gonna wait." And he said, "Okay, when is it exactly?" April 28th. Okay. So I got my offer. So here's your takeaway. What's the worst that could happen with both of these stories at Domo? They say, "I hate you, go away." Yeah, that I guess, or like they shoot you. I guess that is the worst that could happen. That would be pretty bad. But that's not really likely to happen. Maybe they say, "I can't believe that you would ask that, you're fired." Wow, okay. I wouldn't want to work at a company that would do that. Okay, then maybe they laugh at you and they say, "Yeah, we'll see how you perform by the end of your time here." I'm not sure I'd want to work at a company like that either, but that's the status quo. That's what it was going to be anyway. So be bold and seize those opportunities. Also be the kind of person that people want to work with. Do you think that if I had presented my thing and Merrick and Dave had seen that, let's imagine a scenario where they don't like me. Do you think that they would stick their necks out to ask the CEO to come and see what I was building? I asked them. They said, "Yeah, we did like you." We did. No, they do still, I think. We go on one-wheel rides together sometimes. But you want to be the kind of person that people are willing to vouch for. When Josh turns to them and says, "Do you vouch for this kid?" It would have been really awkward if they said no. So be that kind of person. And then finally, I want you to be the Merrick and Dave for the people that you work with. I'm so grateful for the opportunities that I have received because of the actions of other people. I want you to be the person to make opportunity for others. It's really rewarding, and you never know when in the future that opportunity could flip on its head and they could be giving you some opportunities back. Not that every single relationship needs to be transactional like that, but these relationships do matter. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. I want you all to stand up. If you're physically able to join us, please stand up. Yeah, oh, come on. Let's go. Okay, great. This is good. It's a long talk. So we're going to put your arms out in front of you like this. We're going to squat down and come back up. This is called an air squat. It's exercise. We're going to do 12 of these together. I want you to count out loud with me. You ready? Okay, 1, 2. No, you're not counting loud enough. 3. Oh, wow. 4. Heck yeah. 5, 6, 7. You're doing so great. 8, 9, 10. Doesn't that feel good? 11. Let's start over. 1. No, just kidding. Okay, stretch over your head as high as you possibly can, and then even higher than that. And then stretch over to one side and over to the other. Awesome. Okay, you can sit down. Thank you. Very good. And I'm going to take this opportunity to take a drink. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about some of the things I did after I got that job at Domo. So I really like coding, especially back then. I just spent as much time as I could coding. I went to every hack night. I enjoyed it a lot. And then I heard about this thing called meetups. Wow, an opportunity after work to go and talk about work with more people. This is the best. And so I look at meetup.com and I see, oh, there's a meetup. I asked to speak, and Jameson Dance, the organizer, he didn't know who I was. But guess what? He didn't care. He didn't ask, like, try to vet me and make sure I knew what I was talking about. He was just like, yeah, what do you want to talk about? So I said, oh, I guess I'll talk about Genie.js. And so I give that talk at the first meetup I ever attended, and then I'm starting to speak at meetups a lot. And then I also go to the conference that my coworkers organized, the first NG-Conf. And I meet Firebase there. And this is like before David East was a part of Firebase. Like, this is very early Firebase stuff. And later, I realized, you know what? I'm going to take that workshop that Dave Geddes taught us AngularJS with, and I'm going to teach it to my classmates, because what student doesn't want to have another opportunity to have like another class, right? And so I'm thinking about that. Oh yeah, nobody's going to want to come. So I email Firebase and I say, hey, can we do can you give me $100 for a pizza so that I can get my classmates to come to this workshop that nobody's asking for? And he says, yeah, absolutely. The Firebase is like, yeah, let's totally do this. And in fact, we'll send you some Firebase branded swag. We've got a hot sauce and headphones. I'm like, heck yes, awesome, giveaways. And later, after we've graduated, one of the attendees of that workshop, his name is Jeff Potter, he's working at a company called Parakeet. And he says, hey, I'm building this backend using Django, and I like doing the backend stuff. I'm not really interested in the front-end stuff. I need somebody who knows AngularJS. Do you know anybody who knows AngularJS? No, he didn't ask me that. He knew that I knew AngularJS because I'd given a workshop about it. And so, of course, he's going to think of me. I've got other classmates. Some of them know AngularJS, but he came to me because I was the one who was up front teaching people about AngularJS. And so I got the job, and I got it for a couple weeks of moonlighting. I got a couple $1,000, and it was awesome because I was the one up front. Let's talk about Egghead, how I got my start teaching on egghead.io. I give a talk at a meetup. That meetup is recorded. John Lindquist, the creator of Egghead, sees that and says, hey, that would make for a pretty cool course. He emails me and says, I want you to be one of our first Egghead instructors. That's not me. And I record some videos, and from that course release forward, I have always paid my mortgage on my education stuff that I did on the side for like 6 years. I'm blown away. Wow, I can actually start making money on this stuff. This is fun. I did it for fun with my classmates, but now I'm doing it for money and for fun at the same time. So this is awesome. And why did I get that opportunity? It's because I was up front, demonstrating what I know. I was active in person up front, talking about that. We're leading to a pretty serious takeaway. If I could remove everything else from this talk and I only had 20 minutes, this is what I would be talking about. So also, there's this company called @Task. It changed its name to Workfront. It was bought by Adobe. But @Task was the host of the AngularJS Utah meetup, and I'm speaking there pretty regularly. I meet a recruiter there who's recruiting for the church. I've got this circle of companies that I'm just constantly interacting with. But the recruiter says, hey, I know you just converted to full-time at Domo, so I just barely started. It's been 3 months since I started working at Domo and getting that 65K. He didn't know I was making 65K. He says, I've got this job opening at the church where the range is 80K to 115, and I think you'd be a good fit. What? I just started 3 months ago at 65K, and you're saying I'm at low bound 80, upper bound 115? Holy smokes. I undersold myself by a lot. And so I interview, and they're interested. But what happens is there's another meetup where the organizer, Jason Waters, and the recruiter are talking, and the recruiter's like, yeah, thanks for throwing these meetups together. I've found a bunch of people. I've got one right now who's going through interview process. And Jason's like, well, who is it? And the recruiter said, I don't want to tell you because you're going to steal him from me. And Jason said, I'm not going to steal him from you. And he says, oh, well, it's Kent. And imagine if I hadn't been up there speaking and active in that community, Jason probably would have been like, well, that's awesome. I'm so glad. This is exactly why I run these events, is so I can connect people together. I feel very validated. Instead, Jason's like, oh, shoot, Kent is looking for an opportunity. And why did he think that? Because I'm up there up front. There's nothing really special about me except that I'm just demonstrating what I know. But all of you know so many awesome things that if you just demonstrate what you know in a way that is visible to the right people, you get these really awesome opportunities. And I did accept a job there, and I bumped my salary enormously after that. And then actually the job after that was just a couple months after I left AtTask, and it was because somebody else knew who I was because of the meetup talks and the activity I had in that local area, and I bumped my salary even more. I almost doubled my salary in 6 months from converting full-time to Domo to going to that last position. My opportunity at Front End Masters, also, I went to a conference, Midwest JS. I met Mark Grabansky, who is an amazing person, by the way. You should follow him on X. And I email him later and I say, hey, I met you at Midwest JS. I want to teach on Front End Masters. And he's like, cool, let's do it. And that started a good friendship, and we've had a good relationship for a long time then. And then my job at PayPal, because I went to a conference, React Rally, and I met some people there, Jameis Charles and Jamin Ferguson. And they were working at PayPal, and we didn't talk about work or anything. We just got to know each other, and then later made a connection that I was interested and they were interested, and we made PayPal happen. Every one of these stories happened because I was there in person and also demonstrating what I know. So here is your first takeaway. A lot of times you'll hear it's not who you know or what you know, it's who you know. But no, that's not what it is either. It's not what you know or who you know. It's who knows you and what they know about you. That's what is important. You've got to be upfront demonstrating what you know. That's the easiest way. You could also just attend the event and run around telling people all of the cool things that you know. Or you could just talk to the meetup organizer who isn't going to vet you or anything. They're just going to say, great, I'm always looking for somebody to be on my stage. And you can just be up there and demonstrate what you know. And then people know who you are. It's amazing. And especially in a job market where things are a little uncertain, being upfront helps a lot. You've got to be upfront. So build the network that you need before you need it. That's why I say, even if you're comfortable here in your position, wherever you're at, you should absolutely be talking to the sponsors and making those connections. You should be talking to each other, making connections. If you aren't here in person, I'm so glad that you're watching online, but you are seriously missing out, and I'm not ashamed to say that you should be feeling FOMO right now, because you really need to be in person. And I understand not everybody can make it to Wisconsin Dells. Maybe you're on the other side of the world, and I'm glad that we have this opportunity to share this with everybody. If you don't have a meetup in your area, you can start one. I've started a meetup before. I've run a couple. And it's a lot of work, it really is. But get your community together. You need to have that network. You want to demonstrate what you know to the right people, and you do that by being upfront, demonstrating what you know. This has been enormously helpful in my career. Now, I understand I'm a full-time educator, so it actually matters a lot more to me that I am upfront and that people know that I know my stuff. But before I started doing all the education stuff, my opportunities came because I was upfront demonstrating what I know to people. So I want you on stages like this in the future. Just do it. And it's fine. I know a lot of you are thinking, well, Ken, I don't know anything that, people are already saying everything that I know. So what do I have to offer? Shut those voices up. Ignore them. Just get up here. So for my last couple of things I want to talk about, I get my job at PayPal. Things are going awesome. I love it there. I could tell you all kinds of things about my experience there. I would, if I ever was looking for work again, I would be super happy to go work at PayPal. It was awesome. So while I'm there, I'm also still doing this stuff on the side, making courses with front-end masters and Egghead, and I'm loving that. At the same time, I'm like, actually, I've got all of this material. So whenever I go to visit the offices, because I'm working remote at this time, anytime I go to visit the office, I'll like schedule a room and just say, hey, everybody, I'm going to be teaching React patterns or teaching testing some Node.js thing or whatever. Just giving a workshop. Come on over. And so I'm getting a lot of practice, and PayPal is like super happy about this because normally a training like that would cost them tens of thousands of dollars, but I'm salaried. So I just go and give these trainings. I've got all of this workshop material on testing, and so I go to Egghead and I say, hey, I want to make a bunch of courses on testing. They say, that's great. How about instead we make you a separate site, testingjavascript.com. And testingjavascript.com will be like just your own thing. People will buy a license to that. And I say, that's awesome. I work super hard. And I got to be clear about all of the extra on the side stuff that I'm doing. I am, at this point, I think I had all 4 of my kids, maybe 3. I just had the 5th like 8 months ago. So anyway, well, I didn't have the 5th. My wife did. But anyway, thanks, Brooke. So I am... I've got all of this material. I'm working really hard on it. And basically what happens is my wife has been with the kids all day. I come and we have dinner together. We put the kids to bed at 7. And she says, I've been with the kids all day. I love you so much, but please go away. I just need to be alone. And so here's another takeaway for you. Marry an introvert. So anyway, she told me to say that. So anyway, I go and work in the evenings, and I'm recording these videos, and we launch testingjavascript.com, and it does way better than I expected. I made more than my PayPal salary in 2 weeks. And of course, the launch is always going to be the big thing, and then it kind of tapers off. But I'm like, wow, I actually could do this full time, and I enjoy this more. And my kids are growing up. I can't keep that 7 o'clock bedtime forever, but we managed it for a lot longer than I think we should have. But I want to be able to hang out with the kids. I don't want to do this in the evenings all the time. And so I take the leap. But actually, it wasn't a leap, and that's your takeaway here. Lots of people will ask me, how do you make this leap from working full-time to working for yourself? And my answer is, you change the leap into a step. And I understand that everybody's in a different situation. My wife's full-time mom, and I made enough, and I lived in an area where like my salary could care for our stuff, and so there was a lot that was taken care of for me. But there are little steps that you can take to get to where you're trying to go, and it doesn't have to be a giant leap of risk. I wouldn't say that I'm a risk-averse person, but I drastically try to reduce my risk, and this is how I do it. I just take little steps to get to the place that I want to be. So next course, I leave PayPal, and I've got a whole bunch of React material I've been teaching for the last 6 years. And so I'm like, okay, we're going to do the testing JavaScript thing again, but we're going to do it for React. Epic React.dev. And it's going to be amazing. And I decided, okay, I want to like solidify the material, so we're going to deliver these as workshops before we get to actually launching this. And so we schedule workshops. We've got 40 people who are going to come to every one of them. It's 4 weeks, 2 workshops a week. And I'm feeling pretty good. I've already got most of the material, but there are a couple of things that I'm unsure about. And the final thing is like, we're going to build a whole app. And we decide, I haven't actually built that yet. Come to find out, I scheduled things in the wrong order and got things kind of mixed up, where instead of 3 weeks to build that app and that workshop, I had 3 days to build an application and a workshop based on that application. I'm like, well, shoot. So I talk to my wife and I say, well, here's the situation. And we decide, I've got to keep that commitment. I made a commitment that I would do this, and we can make it happen. So she actually helps me. She is like going on Amazon, getting like images and product details and stuff so I can have some fake data. Because she's not you're awesome, Brooke, not a very technical person. And so that was as much as she could do, and it was a lot. It was very helpful. But that's my next takeaway for you, is to keep your commitments. make big commitments and then keep those commitments. This is part of what makes it so that people trust you and they want to work with you. It's because they know when you say, yeah, I'll get that done, that you do. Now, of course, I have to be careful in saying this. Sometimes family things come up and you've got a funeral of a relative or whatever. Those commitments are also commitments as well. Those things matter more than your work commitments. So sometimes commitments conflict and you have to make that decision, but be intentional about it and don't just let things fall off. And if you can't keep a commitment, then communicate effectively to the right people about that. So then we get to Epic Web. So Epic React launches goes insanely well. I couldn't possibly have imagined how well that went. And then years go by and I take a break. When I left PayPal, I was like, one of my big fears was that I would lose track of what it's like to actually develop software. And so I'm going to release something, then take a break and build something to make sure, because the technology evolves and everything too. So I need to have that experience. So I rebuild my website as this whole big thing that has a CMS that I built myself. That's a GitHub-based CMS. Because I take a lot of contributions from people for typos and stuff. Thank you if you've done that. And then I have a podcasting app where I record, actually it's really cool. It's called the Call Kent Podcast. You record a question in the browser, I record my response, and then it gets stuck together and that's published as a podcast. Feel free to ask any questions that you have. I've got 200 episodes on that. And a whole bunch of other really cool things. So I'm just over-scoping my website so that I can be what are all of the things that people need to know to build full-stack apps these days? And then I say, okay, once I finish with that, then I'm going to teach people how I did that. And I take a little break to help Remix get off of the ground. Remix is a web framework that is phenomenal and awesome, and it has probably the coolest brand of any web framework that I'm aware of. And so then we sell that to Shopify, and I say, I would love to work at Shopify, but I think I've done my stuff. I'm going to get back to full-time educating. And that is when I say, okay, we're going to build a separate application. And my idea is I want to take somebody who's never coded a day in their lives all the way to full-stack developer. And so to do that, I'm going to build a full application that you would typically see at a big company. And if I can get somebody to learn how to build this whole thing, then I've done my job. So I built it. It's called Rocket Rental. It's like Airbnb, except for rockets. I needed it to be realistic enough that it was a real application, but not so real that people thought it was a real application. I don't want people actually renting rockets. But I create a couple workshops out of that. We deliver those, and I find the Rocket Rental thing is pretty cool, but it's a little bit too big. And so I whittle it down to what I call the Epic Stack. It's a note-taking app that is very light on the product stuff itself, but very heavy on all of the things that are wired together. And so it's a project generator. So you can generate a new project with the Epic Stack, have all the authentication and database and deployment. All of that is all set up for you. You just take away a couple of the models for the note-taking app, and you can build your own app. And so, yeah, this is actually a thing, and I maintain it, and it's awesome. You should all be using the Epic Stack because it rocks. So I decided, okay, Epic Web is going to be, let's build the Epic Stack, and then it'll be all of the other things around that as well. So I've got the workshops that were based on Rocket Rental. One workshop that is the foundations. It's a 2-day workshop, and then another workshop that's testing, and that is all done based on Rocket Rental, and I'm thinking, okay, so I just need to retrofit those. Let's time things out. My wife and I decided we wanted to have another baby, and so she is expecting in November, and in mid-November, and I'm thinking, okay, I want to release this before the baby shows up. We're in mid-May, so I've got to time all this out. So probably want to do a month before the baby comes, just in case the baby comes early. You never know. And maybe I could do it after the baby comes, but again, you never know. There could be complications. I don't want to deal with it. So we're going to release before. We'll do October 18th, my birthday. And that'll be an awesome launch day. So I need 6 weeks before that, sometime mid to early September, to have all the videos done. And that means I need to be a month before that, and sometime in August to have those things, all my workshops delivered, so that solidified so I can start recording. and that takes a month to deliver all the workshops. So I'm starting my workshops in mid-July. It's mid-May, and I'm thinking, I've already got the end state, and I've got a couple workshops already done. I just need to retrofit. What I wanted was foundations, web forms, data modeling, authentication, and testing. And 2 of those are like sort of basically done. That's what I'm telling myself. So I've got 2 months to get the rest of them done. Let's do it. We list 30 tickets. Those sell out very quickly. And I say, I've done like 80 people before. Let's do another 30. Those sell out very quickly too. So I'm feeling very excited that like, wow, people are really interested in this. So I get started. And not only am I working on the workshops, I'm also working on the application that you use to go through the workshops at the same time. And this is part of the problem. It does not go as fast as I thought. And I'm a week before we start the workshops, and I have finished retrofitting the first one. So the first 2 days are taken by this first workshop. They are done. Hooray. But I've got a whole bunch more days. We're doing, 4 weeks, 2 days a week. So I've got 6 days of workshops that are not prepared at all. We're a week ahead. Well, shoot. And so I talk to my wife and I say, here's the thing, Brooke. I could postpone this. You know, like I talked about keeping commitments before. The commitment to my family is the number one. And so I say I could postpone this and we could just make this work and hopefully the baby is fine. And the baby was fine, by the way. Baby is beautiful and awesome and hilarious. He just started dancing like this. He's 8 months. He's so cute. He's adorable. Sorry, turn this into, let's talk about Kent's kids. I could postpone this and it could be fine, or I could make this happen. But here's what I need to make this happen. You basically need to be a full-time mom by yourself, and I will just not be present at all for the next couple weeks. However long it takes, a couple weeks. And she says, yeah, I can do that. She's pregnant. She has 4 children, all ages like 10, 11 and younger. And she is just amazing. She says, you do what you need to do. We'll make this work. And so I do. I did everything you're supposed to do to take care of yourself, except for taking breaks. So I'm sleeping 8 hours a night. I'm eating well. I'm exercising every day. All of the things that I wish that I still did regularly. But I'm able to work like basically nonstop for 14 to 15 hours a day. Just tons and working like crazy. And I managed to do it. And like to give you an idea, the instructions that I wrote in those couple of weeks are like almost 2 Harry Potter books worth of words. It's not a small task that I did, but it was because I was taking care of myself so well and my wife took care of everything else. Super, like, Brooke, you are amazing. Yeah, Brooke. So it went super well. Epic Web gets launched and it goes super well. And so here's your thing, your takeaway for this. You need to commit to big things. Now, I hope I never have to do that again. I'm releasing an Epic React version 2 in September. I did something similar with that as far as like preparing the workshops and stuff, but I planned it a lot better and I didn't have to work like insane like this. But you want to commit to big things so that you can accomplish really big things. And you can't, like, big things don't just happen for you. It's not just like, oh, wow, look at this accidental big thing that just happened. No, like that doesn't, maybe, I mean, the universe is interesting, but no, you have to commit to something really big, a big, audacious goal. And then you keep that commitment, you follow through, and you do the work that you need to do, and you talk to the stakeholders and make it work. Then you can accomplish really big things. Epic Web has been enormous for me. So I have one last thing that I want to talk about, and that is your relationships with other people. I've talked about my wife a bunch of times in this. I have 5 beautiful children, and it is just impossible for me to express the value of your own family and those relationships. If you've been like thinking about maybe settling down, getting married, and having a family, I just so strongly recommend it. No judgment from me. Everybody is in a different place in their life and everything, but I can't tell you how wonderful it has been to have the family that I have. And I am a firm believer that if you prioritize things outside of those family relationships, when you accomplish that goal, it will be empty without having those family relationships cared for. There's a saying in my faith that goes, no success outside of the home can compensate for failure in the home. And I found that to be true. I definitely have prioritized other things before in my life experience. I can give you one experience specifically. I was working on an open source project called API Check. And you can go take a look at it. Don't use it. But I was just way into it. I was doing even test-driven development and everything. I was like super in the zone. And this is after hours. It's an open source thing that I'm doing after the kids go to bed. And it's like probably around 11 o'clock when my wife comes down and says, hey, are you going to come up anytime soon? And I said, yeah, just 15 minutes. Yeah. Raise your hand if you've said that before. Yeah, every one of you. Some of you aren't raising your hands. It's okay. No shame. You definitely have said that before. And so, yeah, I'm working. 30 minutes go by. Brooke texts me, hey, are you coming up? Yeah, just like 20 more minutes. And like, when you're in the zone like that, you're just like, okay, I just need to do this thing. Oh, wait, there's this weird thing. Oh, okay, now I'm going to do this thing. And and it just like, it builds on itself, right? And so it's 2:30 in the morning. And my wife comes down and she's like, what the heck? We don't swear in our family. That's as close as we're going to get. She is not happy because I let her on. I said, yeah, just 50, like for 4 hours. I'm just like, yeah, just another 20, 30 minutes. I prioritize something other than our relationship. What I should have said was, honey, I'm really into this and I really want to finish this. Is it okay if I get this done? And she would have just been like, yeah, okay, that's fine. I'll go to bed. And then I'll have to deal with being sleepy the next morning. But and she has told me, she wants me to let you know that she should have done something differently too. And should have just been like, yeah, 15 minutes doesn't mean 15 minutes, I'm going to bed. And that's something that you learn over time. But these relationships that you have with these most important people in your life, they matter. And it doesn't matter how much success that you're going to have outside of these relationships, because even if you manage success outside of these relationships, it will just be hollow and empty. You'll be lonely. You need these relationships. People matter. So care for your most important relationships. That's my last takeaway for you. Here are all the takeaways. Feel free to snap a photo if you want. I'll post the slides on X in a bit too. But we've gotten through a lot. And I cannot believe that I still have 3 minutes left. You're welcome, Clark. The schedule is on time. Unless you changed the clock. I don't know. Maybe you gave me more time I didn't notice. But I have just one more thing that I want to say. Here's some resources. You can go dive deeper into some of these things. Just one more thing I want to say to you all. You are epic. Thank you very much.
Told you it wasn't long.
Thanks, dude.
Let's give him another round of applause. I'm going to come back to something he said. I don't want to forget it. 16 events I've been doing this. I come up here after a keynote and I say, we got to do some housekeeping. This time I'm on my way and I go, housekeeping? That's not on brand at all. It's called camp keeping. God, I'm telling you, it landed in rehearsal. For those that are online, we're streaming from the main stage all day. We've got some fun stuff. Thanks to PJ and Andrew, everybody who's just, we're going to be doing stuff here. We can call this session room 9, if you will. Shortcut URL to the schedule, thatconference.com, WAC camp, family track, WAC family. See, that works, right? 12:30 today, we're going to kick off open spaces. This is where you get to meet, or you get to make the conference your own. This is where you get to have like 100 little meetups all day long. And we'll talk more about that at 12:30. If you've looked at the schedule, you'll notice that the 1 o'clock slot is different than all the other slots. And that's because we're going to do more open spaces, and we're going to create a little space to do that in here along with some sessions. Rule of thumb. I'm going fast so we can get you to the next thing. How many people have heard the Pac-Man method? Right, because I keep talking about it, but not enough of you. Here's the premise. Never close your circle. Okay? If you're at a full table, add another chair. It gives an opportunity for somebody else to join the conversation. Obviously, if it's a private thing, maybe not. But if you're in a conversation outside, leave a little space so somebody can come in. If it fills up, open up a little bit more so somebody else can come in. It's a very subconscious thing, but it works really well. And it ties into, how do we network? You never know who you're going to meet as a result of just keeping the door open. Make sense? Great. Later today, happy hour right outside, game night right in here. Going to be fun. We've got an escape room. Team 2052, where are they at? They're in the back somewhere. 8 high school kids who are kick-ass. They're epic. They've got some amazing robots that they brought. Go and see what they're doing. They're hosting the STEM room the entire time that's here. We're going to be doing battle decks tonight. I need some... Right on. Does anybody know what a battle deck is? Okay, we got a lot of work to do. The premise is simple. People are going to create a bunch of random slides. They're going to give them to the purveyors, and the purveyors are going to assemble decks. Some individuals, you, will volunteer to speak. We will hand you a clicker. You will see a slide that you have never seen before and have to give a presentation about the deck that you have no idea what it is. We will judge you. At the end of this judging, we are giving away this amazing GOAT trophy that says you are all that. So if you would like to test your skills on the main stage, we're going to have a little fun later tonight. Lastly, as Kent said, let's thank our sponsors, our pioneer sponsors, Unspecified, Heartland Business Systems, Cloudflare Data Stacks. If you would stand up, if you're in here, please. They're not in here. Let's give them a round of applause. Anyways, they're right outside the door. It takes a metric ton of money to do this. I cannot do it without any of our sponsors, our Explorer sponsors. If you're in the room, Temporal, let's hear it. Propel Auth, Pieces. Oh, I'm going to say it wrong. Help me out. Messius. Every time. I have practiced that so much. Redgate and AWS, where are you guys? Let's give them a huge round of applause. And lastly, some shout outs, SafeStack, Pangea, New Resources Consulting, Auth0, Blog Recorder, GitHub Education, and a whole bunch of partners. Legitimately, please go stop by and see them. See how maybe they have something for you, or maybe you can connect them to somebody else. Thank you all for being here. Let's have a fantastic conference. Thank you for those who are online. Thank you, Kent. Let's give it up for Kent. More importantly, let's give it up for his other half, Brooke, and mine, Carrie, who allow us to do this really crazy stuff. So thank you, Carrie, and thank you, Brooke. With that, I will see you at 12:30 back here. Enjoy your time. Thank you for coming to that conference.
I didn't notice until about 5 minutes into the keynote.
Music kids end up being
So this report will be 5 minutes in, but we have all of the cameras and stuff on.
Good audio.
Okay.
So one of the kids.
So now I'm missing.
One of them is very cool. So yeah, like you do a tour, like seeing a cruise ship.
So I'm gonna take this off. What is the keynote reflection? Something on stage? So
I was just
We need to get that.
Like I went to the thing that Daniel Kim was doing, and she was the co-host.
Serpents.
I was like, cool. And also we had seen each other on the internet. We got to address the comms because program is much louder, and I barely could hear you.
I'm gonna turn program down.
Table names and setup to his head.
Can't remember.
I know. I mean, if I didn't work in food service, I probably would.
I think I would call it
Half
but the table that they actually have, half it's not even serpentine.
Oh, whatever.
Actually, oh nope, they did find a serpentine. The original one was a full-on half.
All right. So I was told, go find the guy with the Texas shirt and the blonde hair. I'm sure you have a name to get mic'd up.
All right.
What's your name?
Aaron.
I love Texas guys.
Yeah, Aaron's guy's fine.
How's it going?
Other co-host with him.
Perfect. We'll get you hooked up.
Sounds good. We doing handheld?
No, you can get. Hey, Carrie.
Yes.
Did we get the other serpentine table?
Emily said she'd get one, but you're saying it's not up there yet?
It is not.
Alright, I'll text her.
You're sticking around the rest of the day?
I'm supposed to be doing something
Okay. Well, have fun with that. Yeah, we'll see you. Yeah.
Anyway, I was
Random.
which was coding campus. They had one of their teachers worked on Django code after he was like, yeah. He was like, I had great things to say about when you said parakeet, I was like, parakeet, it's fine.
Three of these.
I was like so new to that. It was just like that was wait. There was two things that I worked on. Parakeet was the big issue, right? Oh really? I assumed that they just I mean, you can Well, you did a great job up here. Good Dan Stevenson. That was the name of the guy.
I'm gonna hop up on
Yeah,
stage
good
here.
job.
Thanks, man. Wow. Good to meet you, Mika.
Yeah, Mika. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, likewise.
I'm just gonna say hi. I'm Kyle. I work at Fly.
Oh, heck yeah! I love
It says hi.
kind of log in front of the podium.
Well, I hired.
I will always say that.
But the thing is, it's like nobody knows. A lot of people don't know that. So they just call it that.
Hard to keep.
They're looking for power.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. Great talk. Just want to say hi. While you maybe we'll catch up. Grab a coffee.
I'll see you around.
Absolutely. Take care.
Can you turn up the lighting? Huh? The lighting, yeah, the lighting was great.
So Keynote reflections.
Guessing this is like a
Because there's that online as everything else.
yeah.
Keynote Reflections is an online thing too.
It is online, yeah. That was a 30, right? Is that what it was? Yeah, it's 30 minutes. And then we got a half-hour break. How's the program? Oh.
Oh, geez, hold on. Hold on. I forgot something.
How is the program
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
And then serpentine on
Let's just drop it behind the tents and we'll pick it up later.
this side.
That's fine, yeah.
will do that. I mean, I guess that works. I was thinking of surfacing the other way. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, this works. But I was thinking the other way. So that he's not sitting in a hole in the middle.
That's the problem with chairs.
Margaret's in
You guys ready?
Ron.
We are. Hello.
Oh.
We are.
He's coming to you live.
All right. So did you flip that on? Huh?
I mean,
I didn't. Did I just turn it on? I don't remember turning it on.
I think it auto turns on when you turn the board back on.
and they'll be like,
Oh, so we've been sending music out there. Oh well.
yes, exactly.
Are you guys ready?
And you're sending. All right.
DJ.
You guys are on. Oh yeah.
We're live. You can hear me.
Are we good? I can hear.
I am gonna talk also so that we can get our noise.
Yeah.
Our noise good. We are talking
over each other. That's just gonna be fun.
It's gonna happen. Look at that, we're live. I can see you there, and I can see you there. What up, man?
Wow. So how does this work?
I don't know.
What if like literally transmitting video?
There you go. I like it. That is black.
I just realized that you just barely have stickers on our machine.
Listen, I've never been a sticker person, and I was like, listen, I gotta like wrap the
I'll be back
company
in a second.
as much as I possibly can when I go there, so it's like right in the middle. Hey internet, hey that live crew, welcome to the big show. You think that they're getting it here in Wisconsin, and they are, should be here, but if you're not gonna be here in Wisconsin, this is the best place to be. So mute your work, turn off your Slack, because you really don't need to be focusing on that right now.
Advice from that.
officially here, and be in chat. We are looking at each other. We have computers here, both to play Pong against each other, as well as to see your comments as they come in. But we're not here for us. We've come for the real show, Kenzie Donuts. We're an empty audience. We're going to make up for the fact that there's nobody here. We did not prepare for this at all. Yeah, should we do a round of introductions? Yeah.
My name is Jesse Dodds. I am a full-time father and husband, and when I get design, I also
I'm DJ next time I'm here. I live in GitHub. I'm with Campus Center, next program. And I am here because I love working with people and started doing work people. Like, yeah, I'm already people. But yeah, Andrew and I are going to be here kind of using the space throughout the day. And I would like Andrew.
Hey everybody, I'm Andrew. I'm a developer advocate. I work for a company called DevCycle. Yeah, and similarly, this is one of those situations, and we're going to talk about what Kent talked about in his keynote in just a minute, but one of those things was like seize opportunities, like when things come, and this is one of those opportunities to like get out and hang out with all of you. We're going to hang out with people here in person, but like, don't go out there on the internet. We want to give you some love from back here, and so super excited to be here, and yeah, also, I feel like there's a good opportunity to like talk to Quincy Dodds unless you're on the main stage, right?
I think that out there in the audience watching Quincy Dodds give a talk, I was like, man, you talk to live on the internet with a bunch of people, and I walked over to the question, I was like, you ready? And I was like, yeah, man, let's go.
So, all right, so let's maybe start with, so we were chatting before the mic went live, and one of the things that Kent was saying is he recently did an interview that was at another conference by another group, and there was some interesting questions that were there. And so just because I feel like if we're going to start things live for our folks on the internet, you've got to start it with like a gamified of a question as you possibly can. And we are in the great state of Wisconsin, which, as I saw when I got off of the plane, is apparently the world capital of cheese, which I feel like we all know already. So, Ken, if you could be a cheese.
If I could be a cheese, then I would choose not to. If I had to be a cheese, I would be provolone, just because that's my favorite. Cheese when I'm at Subway and taste.
They do good cheese. I feel like I can't taste the cheese in the sandwich I make because I have to cook 4 cups of teriyaki.
So speaking of, like, I can't taste it anyway, people will say, like, there's onion in this, but you can't taste it. And my question is, well, then why put the onion in there? I hate it. Yeah, what's the point? I don't like it. You believe you can't taste it. I believe I can, and I don't like it, so get rid of it. Yeah, I guess,
So guys, we got that audio in the comments, so we got some feedback that our audio is bad. And we want you to hear us, we want you to like, lip read as well, but like, we're here for the audio. We'll get these people ahead. I feel like they got that question from the audience, and they have a question on it, but now you got a second chance.
I would say exactly the same thing. I stand by my previous comment.
We are working on 100%.
Yeah, we're in the Thank you.
Someone is working on the audio. Because I'm not listening to Twitter.
Really? That's how you're accessing your time. Yeah, so I think maybe we should just vamp until our audio gets started. Yeah. For our huge audience in studio right now, we do need a laugh track. We've got time.
I have a praise break soundboard design now. It plays like gospel.
Oh, that's kind of amazing, actually.
I need to make a really important statement.
I kind of love that. Actually.
It's actually so like, especially if you're like, you really want to like. You can like change the key.
This may be probably like this is the app that you have on your phone that you installed like 12 years ago, and it just keeps getting updated, and you're not going to get rid of it.
I installed this maybe 3 months ago.
Really?
Because I needed to emphasize when I was talking to people in conversations, I just be like, "Bam!" or like start playing like praise music and like start dancing.
Do you
know
just like randomly in conversations?
Yeah, it's wonderful. It's nice
That's
to have
awesome.
a really annoying sound to play for your friends when they're trying to talk to you.
I love that.
It's really helpful. Anyway, I was supposed to find a laugh track, wasn't I?
A thank you
Oh, wait.
to the
You're
hero
in the
in the tech booth. Yes, so our audio is back. So if you missed the original question, we were just talking about cheese and how everyone on this stage apparently hates it.
I don't hate cheese.
Just loathes.
I just don't want to be cheese.
I really just want to see what happens when you say I hate cheese in Wisconsin,
Ooh.
especially live on the internet where it's going to be
get like the
recorded.
hook and like drag
So
you.
there was this advertisement I remember as a kid where there was this presidential race, and there's the guy who's running gets this little kid. He comes up and offers him a plate of cheese, and the guy says, "No thanks, I don't like cheese." And like it's broadcast, and everybody in the world is like, "What a doofus!" and we hate him. And they're like crowding his bus, and like, "We shouldn't have said we don't like cheese." Like so, of course, advertisement for cheese.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So welcome back to that. Friends, fans, followers. We are here live, main stage here in Wisconsin with the one, the only, although maybe not the only because you had to add the C in there.
I do
So
have to ask about the
I know.
C, right?
So
Like,
we can
when
talk
was
about the
that
C.
decision
Yeah.
made?
So in my talk, I mentioned at the time I was just Kent Dodds. The C wasn't a thing yet. So that did happen when I was at school. I bought the domain Kent C Dodds. I don't know why I wanted the C in there. I just thought I'm a software developer. Namespaces matter to me. And so having a very unique one was important. So I got my email address changed to me@kentcdodds.com. Then a classmate started calling me Kent C. Dodds because of my email address. And he happened to also work with me at Domo. And so all my coworkers started calling me that. And then I was like, I actually am cool with this. So Kent C. Dodds everywhere now.
I feel like
I
if
love
you've
it.
got a 2-syllable first last name, you have an opportunity to add a third one in there without people batting an eye. Like,
Yeah.
I'm PJ Metz. That's like 3 syllables. If I went, I'm actually PJ Joseph. Like it doesn't work. I can't add anything to that. But 2 syllables, that's an opportunity.
Yeah.
There you
I
go.
took it. You take those opportunities when they come.
So look at that. The segues. We are here for you. It all connects together in a big circle that never fully closes, as
That's
Clark
right.
said. Yeah. So I love that. That's a great feed into the talk. So if you weren't here before, there was a keynote here, as often happens. Kent said keynote and shared some awesome advice that we're going to talk about now. In case you missed it, you can, I'm pretty sure, go back and rewind and go and watch, like put another screen up and just on like 2 times, just listen to Kent while you're listening to Kent answer.
Wow.
That's true. That is true, like online YouTube learning, if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, and make sure you have like a Subway Surfers game happening underneath it.
Exactly.
So you can, like,
And the
really
Olympics
lose
is over here.
Yeah.
You know-
Someone's playing with like the moldable sand on the side.
I did see, I saw a great TikTok of a teacher, like there's somebody was testing this out in a classroom and they had like the Subway Surfer thing going on the side and then they were showing content and apparently the students actually remembered it better.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which is terrifying.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
We're in a completely
New age.
new world right now for education.
But
So when is the Subway Surfer integration coming?
Oh
Yeah.
man, well I hadn't thought about this. I mean, of course I've thought about this. We're on top of every education innovation. It's coming soon.
I love it. So TLDR for people that didn't listen to your talk, you had 16 great pieces of advice, but if you could distill that down into like a 1 sentence, your 90-minute keynote
minutes.
and your 16 takeaways down into like
Make
one.
it 13 words.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I would say like I can't distill it all into just a single phrase. So I'm going to just choose the most important one. And that's the last one that I talked about, which was take care of your most important relationships.
Yeah.
That mean like none of the other pieces of advice matter if you don't do that.
Mm-hmm. I think that the personal relationships that you create with people around you, whether it's family, whether it's colleagues, whether it's friends, if you don't put work into those relationships don't do anything after the fact. They just exist as like almost a one-way street. So when you put the work into that, it leads to other opportunities. It leads to other chances for both the people in that relationship. Again, that's any relationship you have. If you are earnestly in it and earnestly working towards making it a good relationship, it pays off in the end all the time.
Yeah, 100%. And like I have mixed feelings about it, feeling like, well, you have relationships with people and then they can give you opportunities. That feels really transactional. But I think that being on the other side of that and giving somebody an opportunity is very fulfilling and rewarding anyway. And then aside from all of that, we're humans having a human experience, and it's more fulfilling on both ends of that, doing that with people.
I love that.
Absolutely.
That seems to be a theme. I was saying last night, there was a number of us sitting around and we're all kind of in the same age and we were sitting in sort of in a suite and having these conversations. And it was amazing because most of these tech conferences you go to and you're talking about tech or you're talking about like, oh, I went and saw this really cool thing or I saw this band. And just the conversation was like, I want to talk about my kids. And I want to talk about like my family and the fact that, and like, Ken, I know you were saying last night, like normally I kind of do my thing and I do my keynote and then I peace out because like I want to go and be with my family.
Yeah.
And the great thing about this conference is
like families are here.
Yes.
Like there are kids in the audience. We're literally, if you're ever wondering why you should or should not come to that conference, this is literally at a water park. Like we are steps away from 2 water parks.
Yeah, outdoor and indoor.
Outdoor, and the America's largest is like down the street from here, apparently.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like I'm from Orlando. Like water parks are like my lifeblood down there. So we come up here where suddenly there's more. I was like kind of confused. And I was like, well, hold on. We had Wet and Wild and all these great places, but yeah, water park city up here in Wisconsin Dells.
So has this sparked something in any of your kids that are here that are like, okay, I guess I want to be a tech keynote speaker because I can go to water parks and our kids all the time?
You know, they see me travel all over the world, and I bring just one of them with me occasionally, and it is awesome. This is the first time I've been able to bring everybody. Wow. And they think what I do is cool. They don't really quite know what I do.
Yeah,
but they're always like, if they get to sit and watch me, they feel really proud, and yeah, it's cool. I'm not sure that that's what they want to do. None of them has said that's what they want to do, and that's fine.
I love it. So if you're watching, by the way, if you're in chat, we're seeing it. We got some Florida, we got some Orlando people in chat, PJ. So we're talking about relationships here a lot. We're talking about family. We're obviously not all family unless my family's watching maybe. But we want to build a relationship with you. This is that online. And the great thing about the online space is you can engage. We have chat here. You can be watching this on YouTube. Ask questions. Like the great thing right now is everybody else is out in talks right now. So like nobody gets to talk to Kent and have these conversations. Like this is very, very cool. Like take advantage of the opportunity.
Only. This is your chance to ask him whatever question you have about his talk or about his business or about his, general feelings about dairy products. Whatever you need to ask him about, you can right now.
Yeah.
I feel like I really enjoyed the way you structured the talk about your life experience and your career experience with the advice that you learned throughout it, because I think that type of retrospective isn't just valuable for other people to hear who hear about your difficulties or times where you feel like you failed or times where you feel like you said at one point, I hope I never have to do that kind of all-nighter again, when you were talking about that release schedule that you had to like ask your wife to basically take over like everything for the house and the family. That lesson of I hope I never have to do it again can help other people who are finding themselves in situations where like they know that they need to promise big to deliver big, but now they know, well, maybe I give myself a slightly extra timeline because of what Kent said and what he experienced from that. So this advice tied with story is a really engaging way for people to like learn about how they want to operate.
Well, I appreciate that very much. And like a lot of people will give themselves that extra timeline. And that's fine, but I think that you need to have a commitment. Mm-hmm. So lots of people will say, oh, once I get to this like random stage that doesn't really mean anything, then I will be ready to launch or whatever. It's much better to say, I think I can get it in this amount of time. I don't want to kill myself to get there. So I'll give my deadline like a little further out and make that commitment, because it really is the commitment that drives it's the driver for success and achievement and learning. And something that I actually chopped a lot out of that talk. It's a 75-minute talk, but I could have gone for 4 hours. And something that I was going to say that I didn't was just how often the things that I have learned were a direct result of committing to teach people about that. And so I don't know. My first international talk was at J-Focus in Sweden. I didn't realize it was in Sweden when I applied to speak. And it was the first time I'd actually traveled internationally too. So like they say, hey, you've been accepted. We'll talk about flights later. I'm like, wait, flights? Yeah, where is this? Oh my gosh, it's in Sweden. But yeah, so my talk proposal was using React inside an AngularJS application. I knew it was possible, but I'd never done it before. And then you figure it out because I made the commitment that I would teach it. So you don't want to, like, there's certainly some nuance there. You don't want to promise something you can't deliver, but stretch yourself a little bit.
Stretching is the only way you grow.
I love that. There's also like a secret in there of like conference talks. If you're out there and you're like, I want to apply for a conference talk, but like, I feel like I need to know everything about this. And it's really just come up with a fun idea and do it.
Yeah.
And if you don't, then there's also like a cool journey there of like, I tried to do this and I couldn't. And like, here's the journey that I went through of like learning that process, right?
Yeah. And it's not all, it shouldn't all just be, here's a thing that I think is possible, I'll figure it out. You also want to have some things that you talk about, or often for me now that I have all the experience I do, it's let me tell you about this thing that I actually did before. But especially early on, you just don't have a lot of experiences to share, but you can still like commit yourself to learn those things by committing to teach them.
Yeah, I love that.
I've learned best by teaching.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, all three of us teachers.
Yeah.
Right?
So, by the way, chat, if you're out there watching, I know I think we got like 20 or 30 people watching right now on YouTube. We're trying to figure out a name for this show. So we're going to be live here with our keynotes and with some other activities here. And PJ and I are both teachers. Obviously Kent, a teacher as well. And so like this, we want to have it themed around education. That's a big piece of that conference as well, is around this education. So chat, if you're out there, help us name our live stage show.
Interspersed interlude.
That's a spectacularly bad name.
Really awful. That was
good.
Look,
That's
no
good.
bad ideas and brainstorms, all right? Like, come on.
This is going to be a Bodie McBoatface situation. That's going to be the name of the show. We're just going to call ourselves the Bodie McBoatface show.
This is a dangerous road.
Okay, so Kent, you do a lot of these, I'm guessing. Like you do a lot of these kind of post-talk interviews. So I'm really curious, like what is a question that you have never been asked that you really wish that the people that are there had asked
I can't
you?
believe you didn't ask me.
Oh,
yeah. On the spot.
What do you want to talk about?
What do I want to talk about?
Right? Like that's
okay. Well, so I'm a very faithful person, religious person, and I bring a copy of the Book of Mormon or a couple to every conference I go to just give to anybody who wants one. So you could ask me about that.
Yeah, I love that.
If we want to get into religious discussion.
Yeah.
That's what they always say, is to definitely talk about religion.
Yeah,
absolutely. There's somebody here that I saw that was tweeting, and they actually develop they've got a podcast that is all on faith and technology.
Yeah.
I don't know what their name is. And so if you're watching this or you're here, like come and have a conversation. Yeah, absolutely. Like let's talk about it.
So I don't think that this is the person you're talking about, but Glauber Costa is the CEO of Terso, which is a SQLite.
Canadian SQLite. I'm Canadian, and we actually just discovered they're based in Sorry.
I'm always so happy. Like Canada gets mentioned.
Canada.
Like,
so I met a Canadian DevRailer yesterday who was in a room, and we hugged immediately. We never met each other. Sorry, continue, guys. Sorry.
Oh, I could tell you're Canadian by the way you say about. That's great. So. Yeah, he has a podcast called The Save File that it's been a couple weeks now. But the idea is talking with people in STEM, not just tech, but any STEM thing about belief and faith, which often people will look at STEM and think, oh, well, that's like the opposite of faith because, we're scientists, or like we have to have things that are provable. Which is, very interesting. So I was on one of his episodes, and then I asked him if he wanted me to flip it around and interview him. And so I interviewed him last week. It's a very good podcast. Not to send your viewers to somebody else.
Fair, I mean, our viewers are here for that.
And you, really, they're here for you.
So realize we were going to be here at all.
So really what you're doing is you're sending them away from this part of the show right now.
Go watch it later.
The interspersed interlude show is not really something they thought they were going to watch. You mentioned in your talk how you said, at my church, I did so much talking in front of people. And it immediately made me realize this sort of the value of the things that we do a lot in our communities, whether that's church or not. And the opportunities that present yourself in these communities can really lead to you being a better something in the future that you never know. Like at no point when you were having to go on missions and talking to strangers or standing up in front of a congregation and talking to them, did you go, oh, this is really going to help me when I'm giving 90-minute keynotes later on?
Yeah.
But all of that experience sits behind you and lifts you up to a thing that you don't know you can do yet. And so I always try and encourage younger people to be look, just get involved in something with other humans, because building that skill of connecting with people around you and building a real community is going to serve you so well in any job you have. No one hires you for what you know. They hire you for how well you fit into that work community that you're about to join.
Oh, I so agree. And especially with AI taking over everything and all of our jobs are going to go away and all that. It's more important now than ever to be a professional at being a human. And that means connection and being able to work through those sorts of relationships. And so, yeah, getting involved in a community of other people, I think, is really critical. That will be the one thing that AI will never be able to do is be a human. And so you need to get a lot of practice doing that.
I just realized I'm typing in all caps in the chat right
That's
now.
great. No,
People.
We're
you know
so
what?
excited.
We are very excited. No, I love that. So, so you literally, like, you on a plane anywhere you go, you're taking a couple of Books of Mormon with you.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I kind of love that. I actually went to a hotel recently, and there was no Bible. There was a Book of Mormon. I don't remember where it was. I think it was
probably
in
a
Paris.
Marriott.
No, it was.
Oh, Marriott's have them. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Marriott's
Marriott.
have books.
So the founders of Marriott are Latter-day Saints. And
Really?
So, yeah, they'll typically put a Bible and a Book of Mormon. And they in the front of it says like complimentary, feel free to take it.
I love that.
So, yeah. If I ran a hotel, that I would steal that idea. That's a great idea.
There's still time. The Kenzie Dodds Hotel,
Please,
Epic
no.
Web Dev Hotel.
Web Dev
I feel like just go, and every room is like a unique lesson in web dev. Like you go to this room, you learn about like React hooks. You go to this
Stack
room.
Overflow room like just goes to another room. next door.
There's a
Like
chat
copy
GPT
paste.
room where it's just like generating, like everybody's just telling you things, and
The
you have
bed
no
is
idea.
Yeah,
all
you don't know
wrong.
if it's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is interesting. I am doing Epic Web Camp, so we're like a hop, skip, and a jump from like
a
building a
hotel.
hotel, I guess.
Hey, there
That's
you go.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I'm really interested in this. So I saw on Twitter that you were doing that. This is like the first time that you're running this conference, right?
The camp.
Yeah, the camp. Yeah. And so, like, where did that come from? I think it all ties together. Everything goes full circle. Chat. It'll all come back to the talk. Don't worry about it.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. It's a journey. It's an adventure, relationships, and so on. But I'm super curious about like where did that come from? What inspired that? Like, what's that process been like for you?
Yeah, so going back to when I was working at Remix, I was in charge of building the community and managing docs and stuff. And so I, like, right from the get-go, I was like, okay, we're doing a conference. And so I run a conference. It goes super well. And so I actually left Remix, but they had me come back as a consultant to do the conference again. And then the next year, they didn't commit to another conference. They said, we're actually going to put our efforts behind ReactConf. And so they were the premier sponsor of ReactConf. And like now they're at Shopify, they got money to do that. But I wanted to run a conference again because I thought that's like, I enjoyed doing that. So I ran Epic WebConf in April this year, and that went really well. Very excited about that, excited for next year. But I was itching for another thing. And especially with that conference being like the camping vibe and the family thing and just like so much focus is on connecting with people. I was like, I want to do that. Basically the hallway track of a conference just as the event. That is the event, is the hallway track. And there's this beautiful location in Utah called Aspen Grove that I've worked at. Most of my family has worked there. We went there for family reunions. The photo that I shared of my family, that was at Aspen Grove.
That football team size family.
Yeah, well, that's much bigger than a football team, I think.
I have 8 aunts and uncles, so like I'm team big family. as
Yeah,
well.
that rocks. It rocks. Yeah, so I love this place, and I'm just like, I just want to bring people to Utah, and I want to show them this beautiful location. And so, yeah, that's where Epic WebCamp came from, was just like this desire to lean into the hallway track of those professional connections that people make and do it in a really epic location.
I love it. So when is this? When is Epic WebCamp?
September 11th and 12th.
Oh my goodness, that is
So
coming
it's
up
right
fast.
up. Yeah, I kind of thought of this a little last minute, and that venue is very heavily scheduled. So I just slipped in between their family camp in the summer and their like company sponsor or
the
retreats. Yeah.
Can people still get tickets if they're interested?
They definitely sold out very fast.
I believe
but,
it.
It's not like you have a huge audience. That watches
I
everything
mean,
you
it's
do.
a really cool event, and also it's intentionally small as well. So there, I should have. They can do 90 people in individual rooms. Or like 400 people if people share rooms.
Yeah.
And so I don't know that I ever want to get quite that big. But like 90 people sounds pretty great. And people will share rooms, and I think that's a cool experience too.
Yeah.
So I might, if you're watching this, you're like, that sounds awesome, I want to be there. Join the wait list, because I might be able to convince them to let me increase the number of people who come.
I love it.
But yeah, they right now, it's all gone.
It's the inaugural.
Yes.
camp?
Yeah. This will be the first year. Next year, I'm hoping to do like a 3 or 4 day
Nice.
sort of thing so that it's just more time and more activities and stuff.
So if you are like, I really want to go to Epic Web Camp, and you're like, I can't go, but you're like, I really want a camping vibe of a place to go. Just so you know, there's a conference that's out there that has a really
something
nice camping
similar
vibe. There's like, I don't know, sometimes there's tents places. Happens
off stage.
happens in Wisconsin. There's also one in Texas. So if you want to just travel the US, you can do the next edition of Epic Web Camp,
That's
and you
right.
can check out Utah. And then if you want to check out Texas, you can go to that conference, Texas. And if you want to check out Wisconsin, you can go to that conference, Wisconsin. Just camp and do tech stuff all the time. The only 3 places that are there. So I do love that actually Utah is having its moment and I mean, I don't think it's having its moment. I think tech and Utah go together, but there's a huge conference this year happening in Salt Lake City. So KubeCon, Cloud Native Con is happening in Salt Lake City in November. So they obviously saw that you were doing Epic Web Camp.
Absolutely.
And they were like, listen, if Kenzie Dodds can do it there, we can do it there too. But they didn't choose a beautiful place.
Well,
they
I
chose
mean,
less of a beautiful place.
It's
I
hard
guess.
to do like massive conferences like that in like a beautiful venue like Aspen Grove. But I mean, all of Utah is a beautiful place. You're at the base of the mountains. You can see them anywhere you are. Even if you're next to a building, like just look that way. There are mountains over there. Like you're in this beautiful valley. So I just want to get people in Utah. Come to Utah. It's awesome. But if you're going to move to Utah, bring water with you, please.
We're sort of running out.
Yeah. There's a drought and that sort of thing. But I love Utah so much. And I love to bring people to Utah to see how great it is.
I do have goals to get out to Utah and do some hiking out there. My wife's really into nature, and so she's like, we got to go to like Moab and like all these beautiful places out there. And I am less inclined to hike, like 24 hours in nature, and I'm usually like, I'm set. I need a power outlet.
Dude,
please.
you'd love Aspen Grove then, because it's glamping for sure.
That's what I need in life. I need way more glamping in my life.
Yeah.
This is when PJ goes right after the mics go off. He's like, listen, I know there's not really any space there. Can you squeeze me in? Can you squeeze me in?
Yeah.
Get me one of those air conditioned tents.
Get on the wait list and I'll see what we can do. It will be in the order that people join the wait list that we'll open it up if we can.
And plus, joining the wait list would get you a head start on like next year too. So like, if
Yeah,
you really
probably.
want to attend, make sure it feels popular for the organizers, so that way they know you want to come next year.
Yes.
Yep. So, chat, we're just going to keep vamping and having conversations. It's great.
Do
We're
we have
literally
to
up
follow
here.
this timer that's counting us down.
Clark,
Is that
we
a
got
thing?
20 seconds.
How does this work? Do I get to keep going?
Are we going to keep going, or are we done in 15 seconds?
Is this like the Emmys? Are you going to play us off? We're going to get yelled at?
It's up to us.
It's up to us. Well,
Well,
I'm a rule breaker. I'm
a long-winded person. We could be up here for a very long time.
Give it another 15 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, let's
Because
keep
have we been up here for 45 minutes?
No, it was a half hour.
Oh, we got a little bit. Are you feeling up for a little more
let's-
conversation?
let's chat.
Did we talk about the koala? Did you mention?
Oh yeah, this
What's
is
going on with
Cody.
the koala?
So the story behind Cody is when I'm preparing these workshops, this material, I like my instructions to be like in line with the code that you're writing. And so, well, let's back it up a little bit. I used to have this big instruction markdown file, and you just read through it. And there were parts that were just like, here's the background on why we need to do this thing, and then do this thing, and now here's why that worked, or whatever. And so like finding the spot where it's, okay, now you do this thing was tricky. And lots of people are like, I already know why we need to do it, so just tell me what I need to do. And so I put a little emoji, a tiger emoji, and his name was Terry the Tiger. And so anywhere that you're supposed to do something, Terry the Tiger's there. And so you can scan through really easily. And then the next workshop I did, I switched it for a koala and Cody the koala. And so I don't know why exactly, but that's where the koala came from. And so now all of my workshops have a koala in the instructions helping guide you for what you're supposed to do.
Or some quality code.
Yeah, for oh man, I've not heard that quality code. So he's Cody the koala, your coding companion.
Love that.
That's really good. We love alliteration.
Yeah,
we do love alliteration, and we needed to get that duck is getting too much love. I feel like that
love for the duck.
rubber ducking's getting too much love. Let's give some love to the unloved, fluffy koala bear.
You know,
ooh, watch out!
Yeah, they are a little mean sometimes. You know, they won't eat eucalyptus leaves if you take them off the branch.
I heard that. There's been a lot of people talking about the
Koalas have been popular lately.
Well, so I gotta make sure that we are clear because we have Australian friends watching, and they were not happy with you calling the koala a bear. Koala is not a bear. It's just a koala,
right?
Yes,
it's just a koala.
It's a koala,
own thing.
not a bear. Just you do want to be careful for drop bears when you go to Australia. Though.
Actually, do watch out for drop bears. All our Australian
Very
friends
important.
out there know about the dangers of the drop bear.
Yeah. Look it up on Wikipedia.
I love this.
Definitely Google.
You come here for tech. You learn about koalas,
Which are not bears. And
which
drop
are
bears.
which are not bears.
Which are demons.
So chat, we're gonna stay on. We're gonna stay live for another 15 minutes. We're gonna take a break. Then PJ's gonna be back with some stuff. And before we break, we'll talk about kind of what's coming up through the rest of the day. But we've gone on a lot of kind of journeys here. But we want you to have your opportunity to ask questions. So if you've got questions for Kent or just in general, put it in the chat. We're here. We're literally watching it. That's why we have our awesome laptops on stage for that and brand recognition.
I'm just trying to get Taylor Swift stickers. I think there's a GitHub in here. Yeah, he's just hidden. He's on a skateboard. Don't worry. Push in here, Cameron. That's the little Mona on a skateboard. Everything else is
I love it.
Did you say Taylor Swift? Do you have Taylor Swift stickers?
No, I was saying I'm on my laptop to get Taylor Swift tickets.
I'm seeing Open Sauce right there.
Open Sauce.
That's awesome.
That's our folks.
I am a dairy
dude,
girl.
stand out above the crowd.
Yep.
Let's see. What else is on here?
There's some random references that no
saxophone.
one will get. My favorite is actually the Royal Academy of Dramatic Tricks. That's the school that Jenna Maroney attended in 30 Rock.
Wow.
And throughout 30 Rock, she'll be like, when I was studying acting at the Royal Academy of Dramatic Tricks.
Is that a custom produced sticker? Did you make that
This is
yourself?
available on Redbubble. Whenever I get a new job, I buy a cover for my machine and I buy a bunch of stickers that represent me. And I just put the stickers on the cover. And that way, when I return the machine, when they fire me, it's free of stickers.
That's amazing. Oh my God. That is a internet. That is a life hack. I have never really. You just buy a cover. I hate putting sticker. Look, I mean, I love that there's a sticker on my laptop, but I'm like, ooh, it's like I got to take that sticker off and they'll be glue. This is brilliant.
Dude, it amazes me that you do that, but you also get tattoos.
The tattoos are the stickers on my body that is a Trapper Keeper.
But you don't have a cover for your body.
Oh, no, that's right. Because I
can't
think
return
really carefully about what tattoos I want. I didn't start getting them until I was 30, maybe, is when I got like the big ones. But like
you're
every
really
single
committed
one,
by then.
It's like, this is a thing that represents me. So if you look at my tattoos, you will learn something about me because I can explain something about me. I will say my favorite's these Macintosh icons. I almost got them on my knuckles, and my wife said, "You can't get knuckle tattoos because
then you gotta
like
get
a biker." I was like, "It's like the trash can and the save icon. Like it'll be okay."
What does that mean? It's just going to be like an asterisk underneath your eye as the teardrop tattoo, just
That's
like, just like,
like the little loading like hourglass.
Oh man,
that is wow. All right,
thank our wives for saving us from doing things like that.
That's the universal. I feel like this was really there was a great message, by the way, Chad. If you weren't watching, well, obviously, if you weren't watching the keynote, go and watch it because it was amazing. But there was a great moment where Kent thanked his wife, and then there's lots of partners that were out in the audience that were like, I think, thanking their own wives, and I think it was just and husbands, and I feel like that is like the thing. Success in this world is, I think, like. We're going full circle, everybody. Success in this world, follow us, please, is about family. It's about the connections. It's about relationships first, right? Like that was the big takeaway of anything.
It's just so I can't imagine how empty my life would be if I didn't have those. And so, yeah, I don't need to be a billionaire. I just need to have my family.
It helps though.
It helps to, like, actually my brother once said, Kent, money doesn't make you happy, but it's really hard to be happy if you don't have any.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's not everything, but not having it is everything.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, but even if you have all the money in the world, it's not gonna bring you happiness. The family is what does that.
You need enough to make it easy for your family.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. Enough that your family does well. And then
so you can enjoy
start
your family.
Spreading that to other people, and more people start to benefit from your riches. That's how I've always thought.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
If you'd like to sign up for our online course about families and making money, you'll be able to find it. No, please don't sign up. There's no course. I feel like there's no course.
We can't talk about having courses with Kenzie.
I know, I was just saying.
They're gonna be like, God, yeah, he's got a financial advice.
financial advice, dating advice as well.
Build
No,
your own budget.
this is not that we've gone off track. Kent, so here's a question. We got some that are coming in here. Kent, will you come to London soon?
Absolutely, I want to come to London. So there's a conference in October that I just can't swing. I can't make it to that one. It's React Advanced London. Great conference. You should go. And then there's City JS London next year that I think is in April. Also a great conference. I've been to that one before. Unfortunately, I can't go to that one either. My daughter is in the back right now, actually, hoping that I say that I'll be taking her to London soon. And yes, I absolutely want to take her to London. We're going to see The Cursed Child, and it's going to be awesome. So if you know of a conference that I can make it to, then my daughter Rebecca would absolutely love it.
For people who don't know that The
happen.
Cursed Child is a Harry Potter movie, that sounded like a really weird sentence.
Yeah.
We're going to London to see a cursed child.
Yeah.
Like, oh, the Victorian ghost tour.
I love
Cool.
the
that's
just let it be.
No,
Internet-
but I've actually seen it. It's 6 hours long.
Oh,
Is
wow.
it a 6
That's
hour
amazing.
So you get a 2-hour break between the first two parts, and you can actually come back for the second part later. But yeah, I saw it. It's phenomenal. So absolutely looking forward to taking my daughter one day. I love London. So yes, I will be in London. I love it there.
All right, Nick Barron, keep
Yeah.
an eye out for
So,
Kent.
if you're just catching this, if you've got a conference in London and you want to have a Kent C. Dodds there, I mean, you can get any Kent Dodds, but like Kent C. Dodds is the best of the Dodds.
They really got it right on the third try.
They got it right on the third. Yeah, like let us know. Yeah, lots to go on. So I think we're gonna finish off here and take a break in just a minute. But before we do that, just a heads up about what's coming. This will be the final opportunity. I'm doing this to give you a chance to like think of your questions for Kent, because Kent is going to go and spend time with his family. He gets to go enjoy.
I'll be
conference.
around the conference still. But yes, I'll be spending plenty of time with the family too.
Yeah. Think of your questions. In the meantime, we've got some awesome stuff coming up in about 20 minutes. The one and only PJ Metz is going to be here for some interactivity with y'all. We're going to do a game of, or a couple games of
Mad Libs, which is the trademark term. So funny fill in the blank with Python stories time.
There you go.
Because I
Okay.
don't want to get sued. We already said Mad Libs.
We did. I mean, somebody said it. Not you though. So you're not going to. I'm getting sued.
Someone told me this is what you're doing. You're doing Mad Libs. And I was like, okay, but we'll get sued. And I don't care. My name's Clark Sell.
And then what else do we have going on? We are going to be back. We're going to be back after that. I think James Quick. I'm just pulling up our like backup schedule.
Yeah.
So who's going to be delivering that? Yeah. So we've got some kind of a break at 12:30 local time. We might fill in there. There might be something here around 1 o'clock local time. 2 o'clock, James Quick is going to be doing a Developers of the World session. He's going to bring some devs up. He's going to ask them some questions live on the stage. And then we've got some other kind of empty-ish blocks today. That's just because we're day one of the conference. PJ and I have a talk a little bit later today. A lot of people have a talk. So today's kind of a low key. We bring a lot of weird energy and we can't give it to you all in one day. So we're going to titrate it.
You have to take it in like several different steps.
We're going to titrate it. So we're going to do that. Tomorrow we're going to be back. I'm also doing a copyrighted game. I'm going to be doing developer headbands.
Yeah.
So we're going to be playing another game up here. And if you're watching online, you'll maybe be able to participate, but definitely for Mad Libs. Sashi is going to be here doing camper conversations. We're going to have another Developers of the World section. We're going to have Jason doing a Tech Commute live. I'm going to be doing live coding, which is a dumb decision to do at an event, but I'm going to do it live. I'm going to build a battle snake live, and you're going to be able to build one along with you tomorrow. And then, of course, at 4. And then, of course, we're going to have some more stuff. We'll have a trivia challenge on Friday, more Tech Commute Live, more Developers of the World, some code confessions. We'll tell you more about that later today. And, of course, more of these keynote reflections where we ask everyone if they were a cheese. That's just the theme for the rest of the conference. So stay tuned. And even if it's not on the schedule, like, don't disappear anywhere. You don't really need to work today. This isn't a work week for you. This is a watch that online.
We called your offices and we said, don't worry about it. They're not going to work. And they said, okay, sounds good. They'll get paid the same anyway.
Yeah, and if they've got an issue, they can just reach out to Microsoft Microsoft because GitHub said it.
That's right. Yep. Clark Sell at Microsoft. edu.
Somebody's getting an angry email at Microsoft. All right, so we got a couple minutes left, but I feel like there's always like the nice. I mean, obviously you have some great takeaways from your talk, but I feel like let's maybe do one final round. Like biggest takeaway from the first keynote, the kickoff for today. So, like, what did you learn? What did you learn from Kent's talk?
It really solidified that like my own journey is unique in a way that mirrors other people's unique journeys. And so like that's sort of the way you can learn. The way you go through your career or your life or whatever it is, your journey is going to be fundamentally different from everyone else's. However, there's enough similarities to other people's journeys that there's always something you can learn from hearing somebody else's story. So hearing your story today, I was seeing like parallels, and it was reinforcing that, oh, I've done well, I've done the right thing, I've made good choices, and oh, I still have so much to learn in these areas. So it's always, I think, useful to hear what someone else's journey was like, because it can make you realize that like, oh, I'm not as far behind as I always feel I am, because I always feel far behind. But that was my big takeaway from your talk. Andrew,
Yeah, I love
what's
it.
your big takeaway?
So my big one was actually to go on to X and follow you so that I can get all of this advice, but spread out over the rest of my life. But also you should go, if you're here, chat, go follow Kent on X. Is that like your major kind of platform?
Yeah, I post on X a lot.
Yeah. No, I think my big takeaway I found, I mean, obviously I think the family piece was really good. It really resonated with me, that like 15-minute conversation. You did it once, I do it on a weekly basis. And my partner is a saint for putting up with it. She's learned now, though. She's definitely learned 15 minutes is never 15 minutes.
That's not going to take
yeah, but I think what I loved was this was all through storytelling about your experience. It was all these like really tangible takeaways. Like I think so often you go to a keynote and you're like, I'm really inspired, but like, what do I do with this now? It's like it's like, okay, I'm gonna like stand for Kent for the rest of my life, but like, what do I do with this? Like, I can't be everywhere Kent is. And I think those takeaways are there. And they were so salient for me. And I really, I don't know why this is the one that's sticking in my head, but if you want to like do big things, you've got to have big goals. Like you don't just like think small and it'll eventually happen. Like you got to aim bigger. And if you do, and also that idea of if you don't take the risk, like nothing's going to happen. Like the fact that you, and again, go watch the keynote. But there's a story that Kent tells around just sort of like being in a situation where he was finishing an internship and just sort of saying like, yeah, like I'm awesome. And like, I'd love a job right now. And
showing up and getting a
just
job.
showing up and getting a job. And I think like that really comes from just like taking the risk, and you can't, nothing ventured, nothing gained. And I think that's so important.
I feel like you could easily summarize your keynote. We've kind of asked you to do that already, but like after doing the talk, what are you taking away from the experience of writing it and giving it and kind of doing it?
I think the biggest challenge, surprisingly, was keeping it in the 75-minute time frame, because there's so much that I left out. And I didn't talk a lot about my failures or anything like that. I focused mostly on successes, and I think that's okay. But I want to emphasize for those watching here that there are a lot of failures and missteps, and it is very discouraging. And so my advice there is to just keep going. And sometimes you don't know, like we're talking about going an extra mile, you don't know if the direction that you're going is going to lead anywhere. And so you do have to cut ties occasionally, but for the most part, stay committed to the stuff that you're doing. And for a lot of things, when you're creating something and you're not getting any response, you just have to know that it took me many years before I launched testing JavaScript and actually had like a huge payday. It just takes a lot of years of consistency, so don't give up.
Yeah, it's not a sudden thing. It's a culmination of many years of work.
No overnight success is overnight.
Never.
No, your overnight success happened over years.
I love that. All right. So how can we find it more for us to learn? So obviously the keynote is there. Are you going to I know the link to the slides was in the deck, but are you going to share them out?
I'll put it up on X.
Awesome.
So follow me there.
Yeah, so follow Ken C. Dodds on X. He's the only Ken C. Dodds, but if you follow another Dodds, like maybe you'll learn something from them too.
I've got imposters actually on there. So
Oh, I believe it. Once you hit that many followers.
Yeah.
yeah.
But follow there to get more information. And then of course, if you are like now you're watching online, you're like, I'm getting to Wisconsin, you're jumping on a bus or a plane and you're going to like break in the doors. Not that you need to break anything,
No,
but if
have
you
to
wanted
pay
to,
get it, please don't come.
yeah,
break
please don't break things. But if you are going to come, Ken's going to be hanging around for the next
Yep.
couple of days. And so you'll be able to find him. Yeah, I mean, I think with that, we're sitting around an hour into this, which just like flew by.
I
Like
really
just
appreciate
like,
It's been
oh
fun.
my, you are such a wonderful, wonderful person to have a
thank you.
conversation
It's a
with, Ken.
very easy
This
conversation.
is-
We didn't prep anything.
Yeah,
for
we
this.
literally-
Me either.
Yeah. Worked out.
So I think that maybe, yeah, we'll call it for now. We'll take a break. PJ's got to go and pee and do all the things
I do?
between you.
You know my body so well,
Go,
man.
just do it. Listen, I've been a teacher for long enough to know that like
my
when there's a
doctor.
break, you go to the washroom. But we're gonna take a break. PJ's gonna come back with a game. Kent, like honestly, just such an absolute pleasure to
Well, thank
hang out with
you.
you for the last
It was
hour.
a pleasure for me also. Thanks everybody
Yeah,
for
thank
watching.
you.
Thanks everybody. We'll see you in a little bit.
Bye.
the
So
shit. I love it.
Easy.
It's so easy.
So easy. Ready? In 3, 2.
We're live.
12:30. I'm cut.
Perfect.
Okay, that's all good.
Yeah, we're
C'est
good.
bon. I can do.
So welcome back, chat. Welcome back, everybody. You may have noticed if you are a schedule follower that we are exactly 10. Where's my camera? My camera's there. My camera's there.
We're in the middle right now.
We're 10 minutes late. That is because we saw food come out and we are ravenous. We were like, we don't want to eat on camera, mostly because you don't want to watch. I mean, maybe you do want to watch that. ASMR PJ eating pork is actually, a little bit ASMR. But we are back. We're going to be a little shorter for this session. We're going to be kind of calling it at 12:30 because we got some cool stuff with open spaces that is going to start up here in Wisconsin. But we know that you couldn't necessarily make it all the way here to Wisconsin. And so PJ and I and a number of our friends, there's a lot of people that are going to be here. And we talked a little bit about them earlier. We've got James Quick is going to be doing some stuff. We've got Sashi Lowe is going to be doing some stuff. We've got Jason, last name is escaping. Yeah, Jason Statham is going to be here. We're bringing him live. We've got a lot of awesome stuff that's going to be up on this main stage.
Torres, right?
Yeah, Jason Torres. That's the one we got
Jason,
there.
Don't worry.
So we've got lots of stuff that's going to be on this main stage, but because there are very few points during the day where we actually have a live captive audience that's here as well as you.
We are forcing them to listen to us.
We're forcing them to listen to us. We've got now we've got a laugh track in the audience as well. But we do want to add a little bit of interactivity because you're watching from home and you're saying to yourself, I want to be in this. Like I get to go to work. These guys get to go to workshops. I want a little bit of that. And so we said, what can we do to make this a little bit more fun and developer-y for you?
On par with a workshop where you really build your skills. And we're doing Mad Libs.
We're doing Mad Libs. We're doing Mad Libs. And next level Mad Libs, by the way. So only developers would do this. So for Mad Libs today, PJ sent me a link at 11 o'clock at night last night to a GitHub repo with Mad Libs in it.
My Mad Libs I wrote.
I spent last night debugging some code that I found on GitHub for making my game tomorrow that I'm going to do in the morning.
You were debugging my Mad Lib.
No, I wasn't debugging. No, listen.
It's 5 print statements. How did I mess it up?
So you say that. You say that.
Run it.
But yeah, so we know as well, not all of you that are out there are going to necessarily be able to participate in this. And so we're going to be up here making absolute fools out of ourselves.
Nonsense.
Just silliness.
47 minutes and 8 seconds.
But you're going to be able to participate in this. If you've never played Mad Libs, PJ, if they've never done Mad Libs, what is a lib? Actually, what is the non-copyrighted version of this?
I don't know what the non-trademarked name of Mad Libs is.
Fair
but
enough.
Shout out Mad Libs, the children's book. We love you. It's a really fun activity. Basically, you're given a story. There are gaps in the story where you pick a noun or an adjective, and it's your job to pick what those words are. And so I wrote 3 Mad Libs that come together to tell one long story that we're going to do one piece at a time. And I have a little repo, like Andrew said, that I made. I'm currently sharing it on StreamYard. I'm not sure how we can put it on screen, if that's a ability we have.
I love that you needed to just subtly drop. I did a GitHub repo.
I made a GitHub repo.
I'm a real developer.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's up there.
There it is. Yeah. So we are going to be finding words for all of these, and it's going to get pushed into this story. So I don't want to give away the story too much, but really all I have to do, because I'm working in the amazing GitHub code spaces, it comes with a terminal, which is pretty exciting. So I have a terminal here, and in this terminal, I'm going to go ahead and run this first Mad Lib, and it's going to ask us for the words that we need. So audience, you can shout out words that I need to put in here. It might be easier if you run up and shout it out because I can't hear you back there. But also, I do have a bunch of GitHub stickers up here. If anyone wants some stickers, you can just come take them.
Little bribery while you're here.
Working for the company.
Yeah. And if you are watching this and you're eating lunch right now and you have no idea what's going on, just embrace the flow. Just go with the vibe. Enjoy it.
Madlib1.py?
I think so.
.op? All right. First off, it ran, which is very exciting.
Hey, let's go. Round of applause, everybody.
Hey. I can't believe it worked.
No, our studio audience is not helping us out today.
12 lines of input and then a single print statement. All right. So we need a place in the office, a room in the office.
Do you want to bump it up, PJ, a little bit?
Bump it up.
Bump up the size of the terminal?
Oh,
just
I can bump up the
Hey, there we go. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's all terminal.
Yeah.
Right there.
So
In
in
fact,
chat,
we don't need
I'm
that.
watching in chat because PJ is on Code Spaces. By the way, is this Code Spaces like you're running it Code Spaces, but you're using it locally?
No, this is just all in,
Or it's in the browser?
cloud. Yeah.
Okay.
It's all in browser. I'm in Arc right now, and there's the name of my code space up there.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So throw it in chat. We'll give you a minute in here, and if you don't
And if
guess,
someone
I'm going
in here gets to me first.
There you go. And otherwise, I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go really like just middle schooler humor. We're both middle school teachers, but well,
I was a high school teacher. I did
High
teach
school is-
ninth grade, which is basically
Ni-
middle school,
middle school
senior.
light. No,
Yeah.
middle school senior. I like that. So throw some things you want to show in here. I'm going to start us off with something because I really want to just embrace my toilet humor. The washroom.
Washroom. What a Canadian way to say
Is
it.
it a bathroom? Or should I said that?
Yeah. Ooh, a number between 1 and 10. 1 and 10. A number between. Just hold it up.
Oh, here we go. We got 4.
6? 4?
Oh,
Which
four-
one?
4.
4.
I saw this guy. 4.
I'm
There we
sorry.
go.
I'm sorry. 4.
We got
All
these
right.
lights
The
up bright.
worst job title ever.
engineer. Don't put
DevOps
it in. Don't put it in.
Senior DevOps
There's a
script writer.
DevOps engineer that just gave it
They're like,
CEO.
it's me. It's my job.
Yes, CEO. What bad
A
job
real
title.
bad job title.
Break room is a terrible job title, but don't put it in.
Well, break room is probably for the place in the office.
No, I think that it was really for the title. I know there's a little lag. Ooh, yeah, so that's the other thing is we got to pay attention because there is a little lag.
Yeah.
Bricklayer.
Bricklayer.
I like it. Ken's Code delivering.
Bricklayer.
By the way, if you're out in the audience and you want to submit these things, we're live streaming on YouTube right now. So if you don't want to actually come up, you can also just go on YouTube and type these things into.
Senior bricklayer.
Senior bricklayer.
Actually, bricklayer was my position on the basketball team. Good night, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right.
Senior bricklayer. Okay, the fakest fake named company of all time. Like a really bad fake name for a company. Just atrocious.
Come on, you got
Chad,
this.
I'm dependent on you to give me the worst, absolute worst company name, big fake name.
Somebody's gonna name. What was is it Cloud? What was the name of this company that was just involved in the
CrowdStrike?
CrowdStrike. So he's CrowdStrike.
Well, no, because that's a real company name.
Is it though?
We
Is
cannot
it?
use a real company name. We're already infringing on the Mad Libs trademark.
A
here.
little bit. Listen, we're going full, just like
Yeah.
copyright.
Meta
It's
is
not,
actually, they're rebranding as a cheese company.
I love it.
Yeah,
That's
Feta.
fantastic. It's not PJ.
No, I hate myself too. I
No,
get
you
it.
don't. You
I
love
get
yourself.
it. I
Don't
understand.
don't be down on yourself. Pied Piper. I love that. Pied Piper is good.
Hold on,
That's legit.
I had stock in Pied Piper when they went under.
That's
it was a really
legit.
bad moment for me.
There we go. And by the way, if that reference is lost on you, you obviously do not work in tech.
Yeah.
Just Google Pied Piper.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
It's a great company.
Pick a verb infinitive. That's
So
such
who
an
knows what
English
an infinitive
teacher,
is?
such a teacher
Yeah.
thing, an English teacher thing to ask.
An infinitive is a verb form that has two in front of it.
All right,
To
what do we
eat,
got?
To run, to network,
Ooh, what do we
to
got?
drink a Diet Mountain Dew.
A Diet Mountain Dew.
I've been drinking Diet Mountain Dew since like 2001.
But why? Why Diet Mountain Dew?
I grew up on diet sodas. What's
you
Jack
just
got
love
for
you
me?
just love aspartame.
It's the
Just
best.
love it. Aspartame.
Aluminum. I
Everyone
believe it's
quickly Googles verb infinitive. Ain't that the truth? So
I explained what an infinitive
in
is.
case you didn't know, PJ used to be an English teacher, and you never really stopped being an English
doesn't
teacher
end. It
once
never
you were an
ends.
English teacher. To be or not to be?
To be or not to be? We're going to go with to be. Yeah, let's put the whole thing. We'll see how that fits in
Let's
there.
see if it works.
No promises that this actually works. Okay, this one gets more complicated. Describe DevOps badly.
Ooh.
Tell me what DevOps is, but tell me what it is badly. And chat, I'm really relying on you
We're
for
here.
this. And Andrew, you're going to have to dictate it to me, and I'm going to have to get my
We're there.
my receptionist
We're here
on
for
over
it.
here.
How would
Type
I
real fast.
describe DevOps well?
Don't worry, that's coming up.
How would I? I don't know how I would describe. Actually, I'm going to do the easiest thing. It's developer operations. I described this to somebody recently. They're like, "What do you mean? There's a developer operations thing?" And I'm like, "They just needed to unlock the ops to be added to anything." They're like, "People ops." Like
Yeah,
DevOps
they
started.
just had
That's people ops, and what else you got? Like marketing
This is
ops.
a marketing ploy.
Yeah, exactly. There's ops for everything.
Chat ops.
It is a thing now.
It is.
Absolutely, it is.
We got a great chat op bot
All
at
of the ops.
GitHub. Qbot. He does everything. I can get him to shorten links for me. I can get him to tell me what fiscal year it is. There's a fun feature for Hubot in Slack where
What fiscal year it is?
Yeah.
That's such a business created bot.
oh for sure
What?
because how many times you're like, what fiscal year is it? I don't like we're in fiscal year 2025 now at GitHub.
Ken's code marketing developer.
Marketing developer.
Marketing to developers. Yeah, describe
I mean-
DevOps badly. Marketing to developers. That is a terrible definition.
That is definitely
That is
not
bad DevOps.
But also, I forget that I can't go back on that. Marketing to developers. There we go.
All right.
Describe DevOps accurately. Is it also marketing to developers?
Not marketing to
Not
developers, ignoring developers. Ignoring developers. No, that's terrible. There's a DevOps engineer out there that's shaking their fist. There's a grandma, get off my lawn.
Dev and ops working together, but really went, let's give the developers a bunch of ops work. And the ops were like, well, now we have to think about developers too. And like,
Exactly.
we just switched a bunch of
Right.
roles and everyone went, what if we held on to our own roles and just communicated?
I love it. I'm going to say describe DevOps accurate if it doesn't come from chat, just like Kubernetes, just like that's it. That's DevOps. Just Kubernetes. Also, that is such a developer-y thing. I love that
DevOps
you
is
shortened it.
Kubernetes.
I love that you
Kate's-
did K8S.
Kate's was the punchline to my talk at DevOps Day Chicago. I did a poem, and the punchline was Kubernetes.
By the way, if you're interested, while we're waiting for some things to come in here, if you're interested in a really good keynote, obviously check out Mark C. Dodds.
Oh.
It was just amazing.
Mark.
He's here. Mark, you've gotten...
Who's Mark?
Mark is disappeared. He's
name's
under the
Chet.
table. Did I say Mark C.
You said
Dodds?
Mark C.
No,
Dodds? I don't even
that's
know
his
who
brother.
that is.
This is Mark C. The
That's right.
non.
The invisible-
Yeah, Mark C. Dodds is Ken C. Dodds'
Invisible
invisible
man.
brother.
I use the most throughout the day.
All right. Oh,
For productivity,
Slack,
for doom scrolling,
GitHub, Twitter,
Is it Slack?
X.
It's not X. I don't use X. I use Twitter.
Nobody really uses
No
Twitter.
one really uses.
No one really uses Twitter. Twitter uses you.
Twitter, yeah.
ChatGPT, I like this. Yes, Ken's code. ChatGPT, that
ChatGPT,
is
it is.
legit.
Action verb ending in ing.
Expo
wonder.
Go. What's Expo Go? Now I'm
Expo
like,
Go? Are you going to Google it?
I'm
live?
going to Google. See, I'm not going to Google live on your Expo.
Don't
I'm going to
do
Google
it.
live. Expo Go is a sandbox that enables you. This is so written by a marketer.
It enables
It's a
you
sandbox
to,
that enables you to quickly experiment with building native Android and iOS apps. This is actually kind of cool. Okay, I can see how this would be legit.
I've always wanted to sneeze.
On camera.
On camera.
I get the lights hot thing too now. My hands are very sweaty.
They're
eh?
like cold sweat.
Yeah, there you go.
Action verb ending in ing.
And keep
from
it
the
PG,
chat.
ladies. This is a family
PG.
conference. This is a family
These are
conference
for the kids.
for the kids. What do we got? Something good, something unique.
That is unique.
Something
and interesting,
unique. What's
right?
a good? Hold on. You know what? We just said Chat GPT. I want to
Is it
do.
Chat GPT?
Yeah.
Are you going to ask Chat
need,
GPT?
Yeah, I need a good. Is it a verb? What did we say?
Verb ending in ing.
Verb ending in ing. Make it cringe for the kids.
Is it cringing?
Make it cringe for the kids.
Thanks, Chat.
How about yeeting?
I hate that. That was a very good answer, ChatGPT. All right. A fake name for an app that hates having easy integrations with other apps.
Oh my god. Oh, Rizzing. Ken's code delivered the second
Rizzing.
one. Rizzing would have been good.
If there's
Yeeting,
another ing, we'll use Rizzing. We'll use Rizzing. for
that's cringe. It is very cringe, Ken.
that. He is risen.
Fake. Oh,
Fake name for an app that hates easy integrations with other apps.
this is like an intense hallucinating. Oh no, that's
Microsoft memes.
Microsoft memes. What?
Flip the M and the T.
Oh my goodness. This is. I mean, fake name for an
A
app.
fake name for an
Fake
app that
name
just hates
for an
working
app.
easily with other apps.
Microsoft memes. I like it.
Microsoft
Microsoft
memes.
memes is a good name.
Yeah, we're
Definitely-
gonna go ahead with Microsoft. Hold on, I gotta
Yeah.
go all the way back. Microsoft memes. All right, best last name ever.
Best last name ever. I know what I'm going to say because I feel like we need to give some love, but
How do you pronounce your last name? Is it McLean or McLean?
what do you think?
I think I heard someone say McLean, and I worried it was McLean. Is it McLean? McLean. Like with the. Is it neither?
You're visibly sweating right
This is
now.
hard. I'm on the spot here. This is a man who I'm building
So it is.
collateral
It's
with.
the Scottish way. So it's Maclean.
Maclean.
Maclean. So actually, in Scottish Gaelic, it's like Macgilly Ethane, and then they just like they got rid of a lot of the G's because nobody likes little guttural sounds.
My last name is a shortened version of butcher in German.
Is it really?
Metzger is a butcher.
That's so
I'm
interesting.
Metz.
We're learning things. All right, Ken's code. You know, I feel like Ken's has
really
been really.
coming through for
He's
us.
been in here, so give him Quiggins.
Quiggins?
Quiggins.
Q?
Quiggins. Also, it's a solid. That is a solid last name, my friend.
is a very good
McLovin.
last name.
Oh, we missed
Did we
McLovin.
miss McLovin?
We missed McLovin.
I believe it's pronounced McLowen.
Dumbledore would also have been good.
Dumbledore would have been really good.
I love it.
Chat, we are working hard to make sure that we vamp long enough that you hear our question. The next
We
one's
are.
worst building material ever. A thing you do not want to build things out of.
What do you know? Okay, I feel
Unless
like
you're
we
one of
should
the three
name
little
some
pigs.
while we're waiting for other people to name some. I would not want to build a home out of cookies.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like it didn't play out well for that witch who did that thing in that story
Well,
tale.
her mistake was trusting the children at all.
Don't trust the children.
That was a huge mistake on the part of the witch.
I love it.
Who
Daywalker.
living in your house, a house you built for yourself,
out of
and
cookies.
children show up and start eating it.
I love it.
No,
Ooh.
that witch had it right.
We got two, but I feel like Daywalker gets it. Pudding. Pudding is a spectacular. By the way, if you're in the audience or
Very
in chat
good,
and
yeah.
you have got time
You
today,
can come up.
you can come and give us ideas, but also you can find some pudding in this. I believe there's pudding
is
here.
Banana pudding for dessert for lunch. I'm pretty sure.
I
And
love
if
it.
pudding made its way up to the stage, I wouldn't be mad about it.
I wouldn't
Worst building
be mad
material
at it.
ever. Pudding. Okay, something you would never use as glue ever, unless you're Google searching for how to thicken your pizza.
I was gonna say cheese because I feel like that ties in. Oh wait, no, this is something you would never use as glue ever.
No, you would never use it as glue.
You would never. I would
it's
never
a very
use.
bad adhesive.
There's Daywalker said there's pudding available for eating, not building. Again, by the way, if you're out there, while we vamp, if you are in the audience and you would like to participate live, we are live streaming on the internet right now. You can go and put things in chat. You can also come up and talk to us. PJ has brought not cookies but stickers, which are like cookies but less edible.
I mean, everything's edible if you're determined
edible
enough.
if you're
Set big
committed.
goals.
I feel like that's a Mark C. Dodds recommendation. Eat the stickers. This is why we needed to give him another name. This is why we needed glue. This is why we needed to give him another. I'm very
Clark is
sorry.
either very happy with us or like what happened on stage today.
Ken is like, I'm glad that they forgot my name. Oh,
All right, you would never use it as glue.
Thermal paste.
Thermal paste. Does that not stick?
I mean, it literally has paste in the
let's
name.
See what the other
spaghetti, water, queso.
Wait, spaghetti water?
No, spaghetti and water were separate, but spaghetti water, it would actually work as glue. Starch, like you could do it.
You got to really.
I mean,
reduce
listen,
it.
I don't know how you cook spaghetti, but I cook spaghetti so that my sauce is thick and juicy.
Yeah, but that's not the spaghetti water. The spaghetti water is what you cooked it in. The sauce is different.
Spaghetti water is a good answer. Daywalker, yes.
Okay, is it spaghetti water?
It is spaghetti water.
Spaghetti water. All right, describe puppetry badly.
This is like, did you?
This is
amazing, by the way.
I wrote a story and went, okay, here's what I would say, and then I removed the punchlines.
I love
and
this.
then just made really specific questions.
Describe puppetry badly. These are also like very much. I could imagine seeing these on like a high school grade 9 English. This is an activity I could 100% see.
And by the way, this repo is under the MIT license.
Hey!
So any teachers out there who want to teach about variables,
let's
grab
go.
this, and you can use it with your students. Except the story will probably only make sense to developers.
Bad ventriloquism.
Bad ventriloquism. I like that one so far. I'm going to give everyone a chance.
Describe puppetry.
What are you doing?
What are you doing
when you are puppeting?
What are you? I mean, this is a family event, folks. This is a family
really
event.
Fun. It's a really cool thing when people have puppets.
So Alex said it. I was thinking it can't in a PG-13 manner. Traumatizing stuff.
Yeah. I think that's a radio-friendly edit.
Playing with dolls is good.
Playing with dolls.
I like Daywalker. It was a good one, but we're going to go playing with dolls. All right.
Oh,
all right.
There it is, the story.
All right, here we go, everybody.
We've got it. Okay.
So,
all right.
are you going to do this with voices as well? Like, are you going to go like full PJ storyteller mode?
I'll read it like I used to read to students, I
All
guess.
right, here we go.
Here we go. Once upon a cron job, little Sammy, spelled wrong, was getting ready for a day of work at Pied Piper. Little Sammy, or Samtholomew the Stout for short, was a staff senior bricklayer at Pied Piper, which meant their job was to market to developers. But some people said it was more like Kubernetes, but really it was spending too much time on ChatGPT. Little Sammy, or Samsonite, I was way off, for short, was yeeting to the office that day for some reason. They were having a rough time with it and were running a little late. When they got to Pied Piper and put their computer on their desk in the washroom, they said, time to get all 4 of those employees input into the new HR app, Microsoft Memes. Suddenly, Monsieur Quiggins ran into the washroom. Little Sammy, Senor Quiggins shouted disdainfully. I told you to get all 4 of these employees uploaded. What is taking so long?
Monsieur just Senor is just...
Well, Quiggins-kun, I tried telling you that this was way too many people for this app. It's held together with pudding and spaghetti water and is a terrible app, like I've been trying to tell you. If I wanted your opinion, I'd play with dolls. Now listen up. And Quiggins began detailing his plan, and it turned out the plan was to replace Little Sammy, or Siddle Lammy for short, with an LLM model. To be continued.
PJ,
this is a riveting story.
This is
someone
good.
Really cool wrote.
Don't close this terminal. Like, please don't, like, keep this open, because I feel like this is a Twitter thread. This is like a Twitter thread.
So don't type clear.
Don't clear it. Don't clear it.
I'm just going to run the next Mad Lib. And it'll still be in the history.
All right.
But
so,
I suppose just to make sure we can like copy and paste it, and maybe here's like, oh, I know what we can do. I have an idea.
There we go. So again, if you are here, it was amazing. Thank you, Ken's Code. So if you are watching this and you want to participate, throw things into chat. We know there's a little bit of a lag. We're watching for it. If you're in the audience, if you want to participate, again, come up and abandon your food and give us your ideas, or just jump over onto YouTube and add yourself to that chat conversation.
How do you do a multi-line comment in Python?
How do you do in Python?
Is it? No, it is. It is hashtag.
Anybody out there? This is a Google. This is a Google. This is a Google question.
Multi-line comment Python.
I love it. Nick Barron. I agree.
Triple quoted strings.
Monsieur and Senor is fantastic. By the way, if you're out there in chat and you know Python and you can help PJ live code Python on
right, we can just
stream.
use the triple coded strings, and it'll just be a random string in there. It doesn't need to actually be a comment. That works. All right, the story is now included.
All right,
in the Mad Lib 1.
This is amazing. I love this. All right,
now time.
So we got 2 more, right?
We got 2 more, if time allowing.
Yeah, we're good. We got a half an hour left.
That took longer than I thought it would.
It was good.
Here we go. Python 3, madlib2.py. Here we go. A bad name for an AI company.
Ooh, I feel like there's a play here on ChatGPT. There's something out there.
We got to give the chat time as well, for sure, but like a bad name for an AI company.
Closed AI, I feel. Closed AI. Skynet.
Skynet.
This is a bad word.
Very good.
Bad name. Skynet. What's another good? The Matrix.
The Matrix. I feel like like Morpheus. Like picking like obvious sci-fi connections is exactly what a bad AI company would do.
Skynet. Alex got in there. Infostellar AI.
Infostealer.
Infostealer. I love that.
That's an accurate name.
I love that.
I do like Infostealer, actually. That's fun. If I could type.
Because we do not feel comfortable using Skynet because we really don't want to be sued.
Infostealer.io.
Love it. Love it. No, .ai. .ai, not .io.
Oh, yeah. .ai.
Can you get .ai domains right now? You must be able to.
Has to be.
What country code is that for?
I think that was a big thing. It was like Antigua?
Yeah, for Anguilla, a British overseas territory in the Caribbean.
They had to like get their AI bought. Like they had to get the .ai bought from them.
I believe it.
Good for that country.
Hey. All right.
Okay, seriously, a really bad name for an AI programmer bot thing. Think Devin.
Devin's a great name. I don't know. I feel like Devin, for all the Devins out there that were working in AI and tech, you know their lives just got like intensely terrible as soon as they walked into work the next day and somebody was like, hey, Devin, you want to help solve this problem for me? And they're like, my name's
Devin,
not Devin.
I have a question.
My name's...
Aren't you Aren't you the best programmer, Devin?
All
we
right.
did an open conference and unconference with the campus experts back in March.
Yeah.
And it happened 2 days after like Devin was announced. And so at the part of the unconference where everyone was selecting topics they wanted to talk about,
It was all Devin.
it was all Devin. And we grouped them all, and there was literally like 30 Post-it notes that said Devin, or like, will I still have a job in 2 years?
That's amazing.
Those poor kids. It's got to be so like terrifying to see that. But like from everyone I've been talking to, it's not that AI is going to take your job, but someone using AI is going to take your job.
I mean, AI is going to take somebody else's job, not your job. Never your job. You'll
Never
be
your
fine.
job. Bad name for an AI program.
Seriously, not a robot. Seriously, not a robot.
There we go.
All right.
All right. The Lost 6 Spice Girls nickname.
Are there 5 Spice
There are
Girls?
5 Spice Girls.
Scary, sporty,
Yep.
posh, baby, and scary, sporty, posh, baby, and
my favorite.
How am I forgetting a Spice Girl? Who is it? What's the
Ginger?
Oh my goodness.
Ginger Spice.
Ginger Spice. Smelly Spice.
Smelly
Spice. Smelly is a good nickname for the 6 Spice. Cringe Spice.
Cringe Spice is pretty good.
Cringe Spice is I like Smelly. I preference Smelly, but I feel like that's because
That's that middle school humor.
Jeff.
That's really good. Apologies to if there is an actual Jeff Spice out
Jeff,
there in
if
the
you are
world.
if you're watching this right now, we love you. You're amazing.
The kind of insult a 4-year-old who is not allowed to swear, which are most 4-year-olds really, but is also not very mean, would use.
Ooh. I mean, against Pumpkin Spice. Pumpkin Spice would have been a great name.
I still think Jeff Spice would have won for
Jeff
me.
Spice, I think like Jeff Spice is just the classic. I feel like there is a comedy troupe out there who is going to watch this because obviously we're famous.
Because we're absolutely
crushing it right now, and they're going to make it Lego movie. Wait, what?
They're going to make a Lego movie?
No. Nick Barron just said Lego movie. Oh, a 4-year-old is not allowed to swear. Lego movie.
Lego movie. You're a real Lego movie.
I hope
Everything is not awesome.
I love that out of context makes absolutely no sense. You big fat meanie.
Oh yeah,
Big fat meanie is good. Oh, Jeff is the last cat from the Lego movie when they're listing cats. I need to rewatch the Lego movie. Apparently,
Jeff the cat.
I'm learning things.
It's pretty good.
Educational. All right, what else we got?
Educational learning. It's
Big
the best
fat
kind of
meanie.
learning.
All right, we got big fat meanie. I think we're going with that.
I want to wait and give the chat some time to catch because I feel like I take something and then we hear something later. That's
In
really
fairness, chat is off on a tangent about Jeff the cat and Lego movie.
Well, then it's big fat meanie.
It's big fat meanie wins.
Oh, here's the chance for rizzing. from
Rizzing,
before.
let's
There we
go.
A past tense verb.
Rizzed. No.
Rizzed.
I was a rizzed.
He rizzed sadly.
This is like a French class. I am rizzing. You are rizzing.
You are rizzing.
He, she,
riz. Rizzes.
I really, really want that to be the future of education. Just when Gen Alpha is like in charge of the classrooms, they're just like, all right, everybody. And today's
Skibbity, pay attention. Skibbity toilet, pay attention.
Oh,
or that would be the call and response.
I
Do you do
would-
calls and responses in your class to get their attention?
No, not in like my like paid, but when I was in it, when I was a student, but a lot of it was like clapping
Oh yeah.
or snaps. Or
Make
what
them
was
repeat.
what was the best one? Yeah, it was like no, not right, because I was older classes too, right?
Feel like
So I just yelled and then looked sternly at them.
feel like skibbity, and then the class goes bop 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 would be like a good call response for a Gen Alpha teacher.
I feel like I want to try that. I want to if you're watching this and you're a teacher or you're in the audience and you're a teacher, please try this call and response.
Yep. Skibbity, bop bop bop.
It is a licensed use of this though, so you have to pay PJ one skibbity toilet
That's
every
right.
use of
a
skibbity
3D printed skibbity toilet
3D
and whatever the bad guys in that are called, the cameramen.
Yeah, and if
past tense verb, what's chat
so we
guy?
got cringed,
Cringed.
we got rizzled, and we got drank.
I like drank. I like drank. I think.
You don't remember your story?
No, I don't remember my story.
All right, we got it. Okay, go do drank.
Let's do
Let's
drank.
do it.
Animal.
An animal. I think, and I feel like just to give Chad a minute, I think koala is a good. It's very there for Kent.
Could do a drop.
Mark,
there.
what do you think?
Mark?
Do you think that koala is a good animal? I think that we're just gonna have like this empty open chair in the middle for this entire show.
Mark, if you could speak up, they really can't hear you.
So
right now.
Daywalker did koala.
They
Let's
did?
go.
All
Let's
right,
go.
all right.
Koala
We're
wins.
gonna let it sit for a second, give everyone else a chance to catch up. You never know.
I love that out of context as well. People are just tuning into that channel right now, and this is all they're seeing. It's just like, what is going? And they're hearing our voices in the background, just absolutely losing our
yelling
minds
over a code space.
Just this is live
That's
coding,
the show.
everyone. Two men
yelling over code spaces.
Two men yelling, I feel like is a good name, but two men yelling over code is an even better name. Two men yelling over a code space gets you a promotion
I feel like
at work.
Two men yelling is a campaign.
It's true.
Vote for us. Two men yelling.
Man, bear, pig.
Man, bear, pig's
Ooh.
a good one.
I think Man, Bear, Pig may be Octocat. That's a good one. That one you get a little.
Okay, a really complicated relationship, and like I'm talking like your cousin's mother's best friend's former.
Oh, what about your sister's husband's wife?
Your sister's husband's
wife.
So your sister has a husband, and that husband has a wife
who is also
that is the same person. You've circled it around on itself. But sister's husband's a good start.
I meant to do that. I legitimately meant to do that. Sister's husband's wife.
Oh, I know.
But we're not there yet. Second cousin removed third time.
Sister's husband's second cousin removed once. Is it removed? Oh.
It's
This is
removed.
always interesting for me when
I
this
wish
happens.
there was like a print return thing on there.
Removed twice. We're going to see what happens there. I'm pretty sure that got messed up
Might
somehow.
not be real. Sister's husband's wife's koala. We are very much in a live stream right now.
Is roommate's koala.
I love this.
We'll see if that works.
Hey!
All right. That one's so complicated, we just had to get it out of the way. All right. An object that is difficult to hold with one hand. And I do want the chat to come up with several answers.
Several answers.
We gotta
Difficult to
really
hold
be careful about picking this one.
Name an object that is, and keep it PG, not PG-13.
Not PG-13.
This is a
PG.
family conference.
If not G.
G.
This is a Disney movie.
What is like below G? There's one like below G. Is it family? Is it F?
That's like on television. They'll have
What is
like for everyone.
Ratings for shows.
G's the lowest for a movie.
TVY, all
TVY
children.
is
Y.
all children.
Y7. There's a lot here.
Yeah.
TBMA. Oh, these are
TV-14.
all right. What do you think the highest? Actually, do you know? So, the
highest.
random fact for people that are watching, unrelated to the stream. Did you hear that Deadpool versus Wolverine highest ever for an R-rated movie?
Yeah.
And I buy it because it's like
$209 million opening weekend.
I want to go see it.
This is our podcast, Talking Movies.
Talking
at that
movies.
conference.
We're going there. By the way, we're still looking for names for this show. We're taking it on the road.
Yep. Interspersed interludes is not really holding water the way I thought it would.
So there is something higher than R. So
Yeah.
R is for
NC-17.
yeah. I thought
then-
R was highest.
No, NC-17 is like you need special permission to release that movie,
And then unrated.
and then unrated. All
All right.
inappropriate.
What do we got, chat? Grocery. So we got groceries are hard to carry.
Groceries. It's pretty good.
Bazooka, airplane, exploding heads.
An exploding head is pretty hard to hold.
I hope if you're here, by the way, I want to know in chat while we're waiting to get these final ideas. If you are literally in this room right now and you are on chat, like let us know in chat because I'm curious
I'm at
who's
table
like,
17.
yeah, like who's here because we're going to take the show on the road. No, because I'm just really
We're gonna
curious.
Make more people listen to us.
Yeah, who's watching? By the way,
Right.
I didn't realize this stuff on the big screens too. I haven't been paying attention.
This is fantastic.
I
I'm
love
glad
this.
Everyone gets to see my bad code.
This
I'm
is
not
like-
nervous at all.
It's good.
Objects difficult to hold with one hand. We had bazooka, plane,
Airplane, groceries. I like groceries. I think
like
it's funny.
bazooka.
Bazooka groceries.
I feel like bazooka used to be the
Bazooka.
go-to thing when it was the 90s.
It's very true. Oh, Louisville, Kentucky is hard.
very hard.
Oh no, Ken is saying where he's from. I was
like, it's hard to hold
It-
Louisville.
You're not wrong.
A company name that rhymes with Brown Spike.
See, I knew.
Is it?
I knew.
I think we all know this.
I
one.
think I knew it was going to come.
Yeah,
That's a fake company name, though,
that's
right?
a fake company name. All right,
Past-
past tense verb. Here we are again.
I
Verb
guarantee
that ends in ed.
It's not. And don't do Rizzled.
It's Rizzled is dead.
Rizzled
Long
is
live
dead.
Rizzled.
Long live Rizzled. Crowd striked. crowd-struck.
Cried stroke.
Cried stroke.
We're
Oh,
rebranding. It's
this
Crowd
is-
Strike with a mustache.
This is gold, everybody. If you're not watching this stream right now, what are you even doing with your life?
All 7 of you who are paying attention to Andrew and I, we
There's-
appreciate you.
I think we're actually getting more. Hold on. I want to see how many we actually have watching live
Find
right
out.
now. I feel
Still
like
waiting on
we
my pudding.
By the way, we are still looking for pudding.
Not really,
We also
by the way.
take tips. We're doing good. We're
We have
holding.
stickers up here.
We got stickers. We've been holding
So many GitHub stickers.
we've been holding 20 people for like the last
20?
20 people are watching. Yeah.
It's like a class.
That's a like a good size class too.
Do these 20 people have any past tense verbs for me?
What do you got? Past tense verbs. Typed.
Okay.
It's good.
Okay,
It's safe.
okay.
I like it.
Safe type. Yep.
Typed.
Typed with a D.
Oh,
Yep.
there's 100. Wait. Oh shoot. What?
There's 100?
No, wait. Hold the phone.
Are there several venues in
I
which
think
people are
I
watching
think
us?
we're also on Twitter. That conference. Hold the phone. Let's
it.
go. Let's freaking go. No, we're not live on that. Wait. No, we're not. Where are we?
Are we being broadcast on the Dome in Vegas right now?
I don't know where we are. Where are we live? Looks like Daywalker. Send us the
We're going with typed.
type. We're going with type, but send us where this is.
The story has begun.
Story is here.
We return now to our tale of Little Sammy, or the artist formerly known as Ampersand for short. Little Sammy was shocked to learn that they were about to be replaced by AI. Well, who makes this AI that will replace me? Well, that was built by InfoStealer.ai, and it's called Seriously Not a Robot. It was built by Jeff Spice. Oh, shucks. Well, I think Seriously Not a Robot is a big fat meanie, and I'm not going to mince words about it, Little Sammy said right in their boss's face. Okay, said the boss. So are you going to turn on the AI? We're waiting on you to leave, Little Sammy. Later, Little Sammy, or Lil Sam, first of his name of House Sam for short, was risen on the curb outside of
Let's go. Risen on the curb.
What am I
Amazing.
going to do now, Little Sammy drank. Just then, a cloud of smoke appeared, and from it emerged an octocat. Be not afraid. I am your fairy. And this is where it messed up. It was supposed to be mothers, sisters, brothers, yada, yada. And it cut it off. And I don't know why. I've got a bug.
I know what it is.
I've got a bug.
It's because you put an apostrophe in there. Because it doesn't appreciate apostrophes.
It
I don't
doesn't
even
appreciate apostrophes
I
at
don't.
all.
You know what? You know who else doesn't appreciate apostrophes? High schoolers. So really, Python is just an angry English student.
Angry 14-year-old.
So
Anyway,
I did find it. It's actually Clark has got it live on his. So we've got
Clarky.
over 200 viewers of this right now.
Wow.
We're like real people. We're
real people.
We're real people.
We're not AI.
We're here. We're not. Definitely not.
Sister's
AI.
husband's second cousin removed twice his roommate's koala, because that's the fairy's name, by the way. I'm your fairy sister's husband's mother's best friend's koala. I've come to make you more productive. I can't be productive anymore, fairy. Fairy roommate's koala. We're just going to go fairy roommate's koala. I got fired. Oh, really? Well, I'm not the one who can help. You need Bob. Bob? Yeah, Bob. So you're going to get Bob, or, oh, snap, sure, sorry. The fairy roommate koala waved their magic bazooka, and suddenly a bored-looking fella in a CrowdStrike shirt appeared. I don't trust his shirt, Little Sammy whispered to the fairy roommate's koala. Hey, I'm Bob. Wish granted. But I didn't wish for anything, Little Sammy typed. Gosh, he's good, whispered the fairy's roommate's koala. To be finished next time. So a wish has been granted to Little Sammy, or Lil Sam, first of his name of the house, Sam, for short, had a wish granted.
PJ, I am so sad that young
That we're
children. No, I'm so sad. I'm so sad for all of the wonderful small humans that don't get to appreciate you on a daily basis anymore. But I love all the big humans that do. So comments in chat, by the way, we are on YouTube, X, and that website. We're live on X under Clark, and we are there. But Daywalker with just like the chef's kiss comments, that curb can't handle all that Riz. I'm going to get that on a t-shirt. All right, so I'm going to tell you a little story before we finish, and because we only got about 10 minutes. I was at school on the last day of school, and I said to the kids, because I was like, I really want to just like I really want to just like make them cringe as much as possible. And I was like, all right, Rizzlers, let's go. And I had every single kid was like the biggest collective groan that I've ever heard. And then one of them came up to me and we collect like a quote deck of things that the kids say. And they were just like, Andrew, that's the worst thing I've ever heard you say, but I think you should put it in the quote deck.
Yes.
And I was like,
very important.
but also, May, if you are here, we sign autographs as well.
Yeah,
But May,
absolutely.
May Vang, SWE in chat. I love this podcast. I too love this podcast.
Honestly, interspersed interludes is really coming.
It's actually a
coming
good
around.
I dig that actually.
Yeah, the
I'm
double
here
I.
for it. We can just
Yeah.
like we have no scheduled time that we do things. We just like randomly pop up in
It's like the
different.
way I work.
I mean, I don't actually hate this. Like
Well,
we're at
it's
the
10. Gotta do something, I guess.
all right, so we got one more. We got about 10 minutes on the clock. We're
Yeah, we
gonna
gotta
rapid
get through
fire
this, huh?
through this.
Okay.
We got it. So chat, we may kind of take this if you're not fast
You're
on
not
there.
fast enough, Chad.
We're gonna go through this in about 5
Pay
minutes.
close attention. An object that would make a terrible wand.
Ooh.
An object that would make a terrible wand.
Hot dog.
Ooh, that would be a terrible
Hot dog would be a terrible one. But like a Costco hot dog, so like it's
Has
extra
to be
long.
Uncooked.
Uncooked.
Uncooked. That is wild. A Costco hot dog.
Costco hot dog.
Uncooked Costco hot dog.
I love it. All right, what do we got next?
Enter an emotion. I want the chat to take the
Yeah, what do you got,
emotion for
chat?
sure.
We need an emotion. Give
An
it
emotion.
to us.
Ignore the wand. We
Yeah,
got the wand.
You got
Chat.
about 15 seconds or so. So
I
if you're
wonder
in
what the
chat
lag is.
and
Wonder
you're
we gotta give
watching
them a
this,
little more.
you can also chat on
Try and
on X.
Predict the things that I will be asking for and just throw them in the chat.
Throw them in there, chat.
Adjectives, adverbs.
We got there.
Parts of speech.
Angry, we got it.
pronouns,
Ken's code gets
angry,
in there.
bam.
Angry. Boom.
A past tense verb.
Past tense verb. It
Not
cannot
rizzled.
not rizzled. Rizzled is out.
Not skibbity.
Not skibbity, although skibbitied.
Skipped.
Skibbitied.
Skibbidied.
Skibbitied.
Skibbidied.
But give it to us, chat. We'll give you a couple seconds. We know it'll take a minute to catch up. Get it in that chat.
He yelled. He postulated.
He postulated. It's a good word.
Crumped.
Cringed. He
Cringed.
crumped. He crumped. Oh,
You
that's
remember
we should do.
crumping?
I definitely remember.
Andrew said
Remember
he's gonna
crumping.
crump later.
I will definitely skibbled.
An adverb. An adverb is a word ending in ly that modifies a verb or another adverb. So he slept angrily, which is hard to do, but I've done it. I've managed it. You know
An
those
adverb.
dreams where you wake up and you're just mad for no reason?
Yep.
And you're like, ugh. And you don't remember what the dream was. You just know you're in an awful mood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Risley. Daywalker just going for
Risley
it.
is
Risley.
really just a bad word.
It's a terrible word, but I'm kind of here for it.
Talented Mr. Risley. I'm here to make myself laugh.
There you go. Listen, that's what we're here for. Fairly. I like Fairly.
Fairly.
Fairly's good.
I like Fairly. We'll see.
Daywalker, we're here for you.
We-
We're here for
we
you.
are here for the cringe rizzle.
We are here for the cringe
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 rizzle.
drizzle. All right, we got
Maybe
it. Fairly.
That's the name of the
That's the name of the podcast. Fairly. We're going
We're going
fairly.
fairly in 3.
Yeah, we're good. We got it in there twice.
Enter another adjective, which I didn't ask you for one earlier, so this is a funny thing. By the way, ChatGPT wrote this last Mad Lib. I only changed the story a little bit.
I appreciate your support. All right, another adjective.
Adjective modifies a noun or another adjective. A color, a size, a shape. You know there's a very specific order for adjectives in English?
I didn't, but
Yeah.
I feel like you're going to tell me.
If you wanted to say, this is my best friend's little red bouncy ball, you would not say, this is my best friend's bouncy red little ball. Because that sounds wrong, doesn't it?
It does.
So there is a specific order of adjectives, and it's like size, shape, number, amount. Like it's a very specific order that sounds wrong if you do it out of order.
I dig it. Slowly. Whimsical.
Whimsical.
It's a good one. That's a
great
$5 word, Ken.
Yeah. A confusing place.
That conference. No, that's
No,
not true.
I'm
That
not
conference is not
confused here at
confused.
all.
I was confused walking in, and I said this to Clark, and I hadn't figured it out, but it is very much, it has like the Vegas feel. Not that, but
Oh,
the
yeah,
venue.
yeah, yeah.
Like you don't quite know where one thing ends and the next
Yeah.
thing starts. Yeah, what do we got? We got 6 minutes
Confusing
left.
place.
This chat is very confusing. If you were walking into this
the
chat,
Honestly, the chat. That's what it is. Okay. Verb ending in ing.
I guarantee you Rizzling is going to be
I'm
put
sure
out there.
Rizzling is coming up.
But it's not going in. It's not going in.
We appreciate your persistence.
We appreciate it.
That's how Kent gets a job.
That's how Ken gets a job.
Mark gets a job by
Mark
waiting
gets a job
and
just
doing
by
nothing.
sitting.
Mark,
He just gets to sit.
Mark, what's your favorite thing to do for getting a job?
I love that we're not actually on video right now, so we're talking to a chair and nobody can appreciate it.
You got to commit to the bit.
You got to commit to the. We're not talking to a chair. I
We're
will
not
say
not
that.
talking to it.
All right, what do we got? This chat is not and giggling, good word.
That's a
Ken is
great
like
word.
saving this. Dueling was a good one too.
Dueling is in.
Hey, and we had another one.
Household item.
Household item. Ooh,
An item from your house.
an item from your house. A sponge.
A sponge.
Sponge
works.
is good.
Type of food. Let's give this one to the chat. Food.
Come on, Chad. What do you got?
Style of food or a
Style of food.
a food item or your favorite food or
All
food
of the
you'll never
above.
eat.
All of the above. Or a food you never eat.
I thought you said meatloaf. And I was like,
Meatloaf is a great food. I don't eat enough meatloaf in my
I
life.
love meatloaf.
It's a good
no
meat.
joke.
Just big brick of meat.
Just make me the biggest burger and then cover it in tomato sauce and gravy at the same time.
Ken's got pizza.
Pizza.
Can it be a meatloaf pizza?
Meatloaf pizza.
Let's go. Ramen curry. Hold on. A meatloaf ramen curry Mexican pizza.
Okay, well, let's think
No,
about
sorry.
how we order that so it sounds right. A Mexican curry meatloaf pizza
I would eat that. Done.
with ramen toppings.
Awesome.
Another adjective. Ooh, one more adjective. Whimsical was really
Whimsical
good.
was really
before.
good.
That was
Italian
really good.
is Italian,
Italian.
an adjective. I know it was related to the food, but I love it.
We're there. Enter a noun.
With no pineapples, please. Enter a noun. A noun, by the way, this one I know. A noun is a
Please.
person, a place, or a thing.
Yeah.
A ghost pepper is a noun.
Count it.
I know that people are
I
like
know that
catching
this
up
is
on
all
chat.
food, but
Yeah.
this is okay. So this is needs to be some onomatopoeia. The sound a computer makes when it laughs.
What is an onomatopoeia?
Onomatopoeia is a word that describes the sound that the word is.
Daywalker just said
Boom.
Jeff.
Jeff. Actually, yeah.
All right.
That's
All
how,
right,
that's
chat.
how it laughs. Worst captcha challenge of all time. A
Uh,
terrible captcha challenge.
all right. And we're gonna do it quick. We only got 4 minutes left until Clark is literally cutting us off, everybody.
He's gonna come up and he said he's gonna punch me right in the stomach.
Right.
Yeah, that's
Damn.
how Harry Houdini died,
Damn,
man.
Clark.
That's not nice.
I don't know. What? He's a nice dude, PJ. We're not going to be allowed back up on this stage. Clark, just come and punch you. All right, what do we got? Trains. Trains is a good capture
Choose the
challenge.
trains.
Choose the train.
Choose the trains in crosswalks. Got it. Verb, past tense verb instead of said. So it has to be like said.
Said?
No. Like spoke or addressed or intoned or yelled or
Yeeted.
not yeeted. You don't yeet your words.
You don't yeet
I
your
can't
words.
yeet my
I
words.
yeet my words.
I'm going to make you yeet your words.
I don't envy our mic guys
I'll
who are
show
like just
you.
like the high pitched laughs
Oh,
that I
it's
have.
a lot. Yeah, our laughs are a lot.
All
I
right,
know
past
it.
tense. Yeah, yours are low, mine are high, just to mess with it. All right, what do we got? What do you got, PJ?
What
Let's
have I
throw
got?
it in
Past
here.
tense verb instead of said. Whispered?
Whispered. Good. I like
No.
it.
Screamed.
Screamed.
Oh,
All right, here we
the
go.
end.
We got it in time. All right, here we
story.
go.
Okay. All right. When we last left our hero, Little Sammy, or Little Arkansas for short, was trying to get their job back. Bob had just shown up and granted Little Sammy's wish, but what was their wish? Bob once again waved their uncooked Costco hot dog, and suddenly they were both transported to the chat, a very confusing place. There, the AI was waiting, looking very Italian. Are we allowed to say that? Little Sammy was feeling angry. Bob handed Little Sammy a sponge and said, "To defeat the AI and get your job back, you must solve this whimsical captcha." Little Sammy took a deep breath, ate a Mexican curry meatloaf pizza with ramen toppings for good luck, and faced the AI. With a swift move, Little Sammy clicked, "I am not a robot." However, the AI had clicked it just as fast. "Impossible," Little Sammy said. "They can't do that." The AI laughed, Jeff, and stared at Little Sammy. "How can I defeat AI that knows how to solve a captcha?" Little Sammy cringed. Also, what was that laugh? Little Sammy asked to no one in particular. "All right, let's see them do this," Little Sammy said fairly. Sammy began to quickly move his hands around in the air, tracing arcane symbols in the air with their fingers, each gesture precise and purposeful. Their hands weaved through complex patterns, creating shimmering trails of light. Simultaneously, they muttered incantations in an ancient, forgotten language, their voice rising and falling in a hypnotic rhythm. Little Sammy's, or Jim's for short, eyes glowed with a mystical energy as they channeled the raw forces of ancient and powerful magic. With a final sweeping motion, they drew the energy into a focal point, and suddenly in its place appeared the instructions, choose the trains and the crosswalks. Oh, holy moly, I am defeated, shouted the AI, suddenly dueling. Little Sammy was giggling for joy at that sudden win. That one actually worked. Good job giggling. Wow, said Bob, still there for some reason. Pretty cool. Little Sammy, or Big Pat for short, chuckled to himself and picked up his ghost pepper. Just a normal day at work, they screamed. The end.
Hey, that was great, PJ. And
Audience, you did fantastic.
You did great. Thank you. Chat that is out there. You killed it.
On it.
So we have 45 seconds left to do this. So we are going to be taking a little break in just a minute. James is going to be here. James Quick is going to be here at 2:00. We've got some open spaces at 1. Actual open spaces that are going to start here in the space. But we've got some other stuff going on today. So stay tuned to the live stream. There'll be lots of stuff. We'll have more information tomorrow, and PJ and I will be back tomorrow on the main stage for some keynote reflections.
Dad's here.
Dad is here. Is he going to punch you in the stomach, though? That is the real question.
Like Houdini.
I don't even know if I'm live.
I don't know if
You're not live yet.
Not that I know about. Right.
That was you. By the way, killed it. That was so on point.
One written in my house, one written in the United Lounge at Denver, and one written last night in a hotel room at Kalahari by ChatGPT.
And chat, if you liked that, we do have some open slots, so please let us know because we can do this again.
Yes, I can make new Mad Libs for sure.
But we got more game show stuff. We're gonna be back tomorrow. We got more interactive stuff over the week. So please keep tuning in. Don't go anywhere, or just come to Wisconsin. Just show up with a bunch of cash in hand.
Get here fast. Clark said he wouldn't punch me in the stomach. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to this.
Out of context, it just sounds like
I'm
you're
a really mean person. I'm really worried. Low battery. Good thing. Just made it.
I know. Honestly, somebody said in chat.
Oh, they said your battery's low?
Yeah. Who said?
Nailed it. By gosh, by golly. It's time for mistletoe and Bobby. We gotta talk at 4?
Yeah.
Oh, we gotta talk.
We good? All right. I am popping in here. Before we talk about open spaces, before we kick off open spaces, I want to talk about battle decks. I did mention it a little bit earlier. I was stunned by the number of people who just didn't know what that is, but it's a fun little competition where we make up slide decks you present on the spot. I need 2 things. I need people who would like to participate in this during game night in the presenting side of things, and I need people who want to submit slides. So those who would like to submit slides for the battle deck, find me, and I will give you the URL so that you can drop slides in the master presentation that will be taken and sliced up and done with. Okay? Do I get some volunteers that are going to help on either of those sides, please? Yes? No? Really? There's one. That's where it starts. There we go. All right, let's talk about open spaces. How many people in here have done an open spaces before? All right, so I'm going to lean on you. I hope you've been thinking. This is one of the special things I think about that conference, and we're refactoring things a little bit this year. To quote, the way of the healer or caretaker is to pay attention to what has heart and meaning. Paying attention opens us up to the human resources of love, gratitude, acknowledgement, and validation. What do I mean by that? What I mean is, what has heart and meaning to you? Like, what's going on today in your lives, work, personal, whatever, something that you wish to discuss with somebody else. Maybe it's just asking a question, how to build a paper airplane. Maybe it's something a lot deeper. Maybe it's a topic you just want to talk about. It doesn't matter. That's the point of an open space. It's an unstructured conversation. You can think of it as an entire conference of coffee breaks. Those hallway track conversations that you end up having We're just putting a little structure into that. And that's how you make all of this, all that. Okay. All right. I'm going to stop with the jokes. Guidelines. We have 4 principles. Whoever comes is the right people. Whatever happens is what could have happened. Whenever it starts is the right time, and when it's over, right? We have one law, the law of mobility. If it's not for you, and you don't feel like you contribute, or you're not interested, go find another circle. And then I ask, keep the circles open so that others can come in. Pretty simple. Rules. If you're the one who put the topic on the board, then we ask that you show up on time. You don't need to be an expert. You're just kind of the facilitator of the circle. Don't leave until it's over with. Pretty simple, right? If you take notes, you don't really have a place to post them, but share them with the other people who are in that group. This year, we're doing it in here. So you'll notice that some of the tables have a number on them. They're going to represent the numbers that are on the back of the board. So the boards are broken up by day. Across the top is the circle number. Down the side is the times. And at 1 o'clock every day, we cut the number of sessions in half so more people have the ability to just participate in here. So I expect that the 1 o'clock session will be a little bit overloaded relative to the rest of the day. But the point is you can have an open space at any time. So now we need to build the schedule. And how this works is you're going to go in the back, you're going to grab a sticky, a pen, write your topic down, pick your time and place. Maybe let's over-index on the 1 o'clock slot since there's more time. Grab a microphone, let everybody know who you are, what the topic is, and then what table, what day, table, and time that it is. Now, mind you, we only have 16 circles on the tables, but there's lots of tables. You don't need me to orchestrate with anybody to say, hey, let's just go meet over here at 1 o'clock and talk about Mad Libs. Cool? We good? Yeah. Little energy? Yeah. Right on. I see one person in the back or a few people. I think you guys are all in line or just listening. If you've got a topic, let's start loading up this board. Al's back there with the microphone like Vanna White. Go when you're ready.
Okay. I will when okay. Is the mic on now?
Yep.
Okay. My name is Ross Larson, and I am going to be at table 1 at 1 o'clock talking about photography, whether you do it with a GoPro, a phone, a camera. I want to talk about it. I want to hear what you think about it. It's been something that I've been doing for the last few months, and I've been really enjoying it. So come with me. Let's talk.
Hey, Aaron, that's hard for me to hear. Is it cool out there? Go ahead.
My name is Bob. I work for a company called Scrimba. We do online tutorials, and at table 2, I'm going to be hosting about escaping tutorial hell. So come join us.
Hello, Robert Boningheimer. I'm going to do lock picking. So I brought some clear locks if you've never done picking before, so you can see how all the pins and stuff work. And I just have a whole assortment of padlocks that you can try to break. So I'm going to do it at table 8 at 1.
Hi, I'm Barry, and I recognize the power in this room. I see that we are the influencers here, and therefore I think it is very important for us to be part of building the independent, open social web. So we'll be talking about what that means tomorrow at 4 p.m. at table 2, and I hope you'll join me.
I'm Nick. I'm an addict and alcoholic in recovery, and just wanted to have a space for anyone else who is sober and in recovery to just get to know other people at this conference, as I know that can be a tough time for us. So I will do that at 2:30 today in a private room, probably due to the nature, if that's available.
My name is Tabitha, and I really like show choir. I hope a lot of you do too. I'll be talking about it at 1 o'clock today at table 4.
Yeah, give it up.
I'm Rosie Levy. I'm with Pieces for Developers, and I want to do the LLM wars. Which one's the best right now? I want to see some fighting about it. And I'll probably do it Wednesday at 1 or Thursday at 1.
Hello, I'm Jessica from HBS. I have a couple. So we're doing LinkedIn or resume reviews if you're looking for that at our booth. Abby will be there all day, but we're going to do structured ones at 2 o'clock today and tomorrow. And then I'm going to do an open space on being a Christian in today's world. So I will do that tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Hello, I'm Jason. I am doing a talk about coffee while traveling, how to make good coffee while traveling. I will do it on table 8 at 1 o'clock today, but 10:30 on Wednesday and Thursday. And I also have a little giveaway if you want to come and enter to win that. So thank you.
Hi there. I am Tracy, and I organize some meetups in the Milwaukee area. And if this morning's keynote inspired you to get in front of a room, I will have a session on speaking opportunities at Milwaukee meetups tomorrow at 1 o'clock at table 8.
Hi, my name is Dustin. I like to make stuff. If you like to make stuff too, come on Thursday at 1 o'clock, and we're going to talk about 3D printing, CNC, and other forms of digital manufacturing.
Hey, I'm Dan. So as a generic white dude in tech in my 30s, I've fulfilled my legal obligation and started woodworking. So if anybody wants to come hang out and talk about that, 1 o'clock Wednesday at table 10.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Shulkin. If you were at my talk this morning on React Server components and want to talk about them, or if you missed the talk and want to talk about them, either way, tomorrow, 1 o'clock, table 4.
Hi, my name is Felicity, and I'm going to be doing open space on Minecraft today at 2:30 at table 3.
Hi, everyone. I'm Samantha, and I'm going to convene an open space on the ROI of volunteering and sponsoring today at 4 o'clock at table 5.
Hey everybody, my name is Cade Colbeth. I am going to have an open session. I have 2 cats at home that I love very much, and I would love to see all of your guys' cats, so I will be having an open session for the cats of that at 1 o'clock over at table 10.
All right, hello. Do you want a picture to commemorate your awesome time at that conference? I'm going to be setting up shop either at the hallway or outside, so you can stop by and get a photo with either the sign or maybe like a professional headshot. It's just going to be kind of fun, so stop by and get a picture of yourself at that conference.
Hello, my name is Jacob Finley. A couple years ago, my girlfriend came here and did an open space because I taught her to play Magic the Gathering. I kept beating her. So she made an open space to try to beat me. And I don't know what you nerds did, but it worked. So if you want to play with me, I brought some decks. I'll be playing at some table at 1 o'clock tomorrow. So come have fun. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ben Puckhaber. I'm going to be doing open space today at 1 o'clock, table 5, on the staff engineer's path. Just talking a little bit more about what life day in the life is like as a staff engineer, and what it's like to walk along with that.
Hi, I'm Emily McCarthy. I'm going to do 2 open spaces, one on Wednesday, one on Thursday. On Wednesday at 2:30 p.m. at Circle 7, we're going to talk about igniting curiosity and using it as a top transferable skill. And on Thursday at 11:30 a.m., Circle 7, we'll talk about the importance and impact of community building and reflect on our time at that.
Hi, I'm Jesse Daher, and tomorrow at 11:30, I'm thinking about doing a open space about credit card bonuses, points, manufactured spend, and bank bonuses. So feel free to join me.
Hello. I'm planning on doing a talk at 10:30 on Wednesday about how not to pressure your kid into tech, or if you want to talk about your experience finding your interest in tech. On Wednesday at 10:30 at, right now looking at table 5.
Hi, my name's Matt Winkus. I've been working remotely for a couple years now, and it keeps changing. I'm an introvert. I work with extroverts. I work with flextroverts. Bring things that you like, bring things that you hate, and bring things that you would kill with fire about working and connecting remotely. 1 o'clock Wednesday, table 6.
Hi everyone, name is Yoshi, and I'm going to do one on minorities in tech and everyone else. So feel free to come join me. We're going to talk probably 2:30, table 12. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brett. I'm a huge fan of Stephen Wolfram and his New Kind of Science and his physics project and the idea of thinking computationally and how that relates to philosophy. And I'll be talking about that Wednesday at 10:30 at table 12.
Hi, my name's Corbin Diamond. I'll be doing campfire horror stories, incidents, and disaster recovery Thursday at 10:30 at table 4.
Hi, hello, my name is Alan Wick. I'm going to be talking about building dev communities. I run a bunch of dev groups in Milwaukee, and I want to help build it throughout Wisconsin and everywhere else. So, yeah, Wednesday at 1:30.
Hi, it's me again, Tabitha. Because of the time of a session, I decided to change my show choir to the same table 4, but 2:30 today.
Hi folks, my name is Jimmy. I'm a U.S. Swimming coach, and our team just got a state champion for the last 2 seasons. And I'm gonna talk about everything about swimming today, 2:30 at the table 6. Whether you are starting to learn swimming or you wanna be competitive swimming, for you, for your kids, anything about it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ian Stewart. I'm going to talk about a civil conversation about who should be the next president. If you're welcome to have that conversation, table 4 at 1 o'clock today.
Now remember, these boards are live boards that we can use throughout the time. Just because we've put some stuff on here, the whole thing is you may go to a session and come out of that and have more questions. Drop another thing up on the board at any time. As all of you, you should come through, pass through, check the boards out, see how things have changed and where they're at. I know there's only, 6 tables or 6 chairs at a table. When it grows, feel free to grab chairs from another table and make the circle bigger, all right? Is there anybody else who wants to put anything on the board before I stop yimmer yabbering? Going once, twice. With that, our open spaces is open. I hope you enjoy it. Lean in. As things come up, feel free to ask questions or whatnot, like put them on the board. You don't have to just present. You can also just ask questions. Throw them on the board, make it your own. And with that, have a good time.
years full time now and just haven't looked back.
That's crazy. Those like individual connections being like the difference in your career. Like, very short story for me. I had accepted a job coming out of college with FedEx, which would have been okay as an engineer. And then after that, got an opportunity with Microsoft to work as an evangelist and do all the things that I now do now. And I never would have known that this is what I wanted to do then without that like one thing that happened to happen. So
Yeah, we all have those like pivot points in our life.
Yeah.
And they're so interesting to hear about.
Yep. What piece of advice do you have for anyone else out there looking to break into tech?
Yeah, my piece of advice would be just don't be afraid to like put yourself out there. I know it seems scary. It was scary for me too, I promise. But really just taking that step and putting yourself out there. There's other people here that in the community that want to support you. It's just like getting your foot in the door.
Yep. I love it. And conferences obviously are a great way to do that. I think we all talk about that a lot. So let's do something a little bit different. Can you teach me something, anything, in 60 seconds?
Yeah, I'm trying to teach you how to use a screen reader on an iPhone in 60 seconds. So I have an iPhone here with me, and I'm going to turn it on, and I have a shortcut turned on, so I can turn on VoiceOver quickly if my home button works, or power button, I suppose. There we go. And I'm going to hold it close to the mic so we can hear it too. So I'm going to swipe through the screen, and it'll read out everything that's on the screen for me.
Location data unavailable. Location services turned off. Do not disturb button. Show notifications button. Flashlight off button. Camera button.
So what screen do you think that I'm on right now? If you didn't like see my device.
Settings screen?
It's just the home screen, like
Okay.
the lock screen, right?
Okay.
And so I can unlock it then. I'm fidget fumbling.
Try again. Try again. Face ID.
There we go. Scanning my face.
06 values entered. Select weather. No weather data.
So now I'm unlocked. I'm on. I have the weather widget open, but I have no weather data.
FaceTime.
Now I'm swiping through my apps.
Photos. Double camera. Double mail. No unread emails. Double tap to open. Notes. Mail. Camera. Photos. Camera.
And so now I'm on the camera, and if you heard it say double tap to activate, so when I double tap, it's going to open the camera app.
0 people.
And so it said 0 people. So now I'm going to take a picture of James with VoiceOver on and see if I can do it without looking.
One face near top edge. Near left edge. Near right edge. Center. Take pic till left. Take picture button. Level. One face near top edge.
All right, let's see how the picture turned out, James. Let's see what you think.
It's like perfectly centered.
Yeah?
Wow, that's like you could hear it. It was telling you like
It was
kinda-
telling me top left and then
Yeah.
bottom right. And then when it said centered, I was able to find the take picture button and then double
Wow.
tap and activate.
That's like and my face on here is like utter shock. That's so cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, James.
Okay, that'll be done. But that like we're still talking, but that's like super super cool. I had no idea that it would do that. And so you're just swiping through, and it's kind of like tab on a website, right? It's going from element to element or like app to app, and then with specific apps you can do specific things, like activate camera. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so and that's exactly what my product tests for, is that your app is going to work with this.
Okay.
basically, Right? So, let me go back to page 1 of 2. I always like to do Twitter. I don't have it open now, but we can go through the settings.
Accessibility. Back button. Accessibility.
I'm like doing settings. Like you can also just like tap, like
Mhm.
if you're a sighted person, you can tap. Like it's called touch to explore. So
Okay.
if you're not sure what's on the app, you can like just move your finger around and
Mm.
it'll tell you.
Oh wow. Okay, so you would visually be able to see enough to kind of know I need to go in this general area, but maybe not know exactly what it is.
People who are like partially sighted
Okay.
too, as
Yeah.
well, because you don't necessarily need to be like fully blind to use the
Yeah.
screen reader. But otherwise, swiping right and left is like your basic like tab. Like,
Wow.
set on
Yeah.
there. And then I have the caption panel turned on because I'm sighted and I can
Yep.
read that and it helps me debug stuff.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's sick. I had no idea. Yeah. Cool. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I gotta turn it off. It's done yet.
I imagine like the going back and forth between like regular phone use and then right. So what is your name? Where are you from? And what do you do?
My name is Abby Perini. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm currently a mid-level Vue developer.
Cool. And then I say all the questions and I forget them. So we're doing origin story.
Origin story.
So what is, sorry, I'll prompt you.
Okay.
So what is your origin story in 60 seconds?
So I worked customer service for 10 years. 5 of those was physical engineering staffing with the largest recruiting company in the world. And that's like, RFID engineers, not tech. We were adjacent to tech. And I eventually realized that I definitely wanted to be doing something else, but didn't know what. And my husband went, well, you like colors. You'll move boxes around pixel by pixel. You should try web development. And I was like, okay. And I committed to a boot camp. I started doing the pre-work and I just fell in love with all of it, the full stack, not even just the design aspect. And I got the recruiting company to hire me back. And I ended up working on one of the apps that I had used when I was in the field. So I was able to explain to the developers who had written the code why they had written the code. And then I was really passionate about accessibility. So I took my 6-part blog series to another company and was like, hey, hire me. And I worked in digital accessibility for about 2 years. And now I'm in the food manufacturing space and still focusing on accessibility as much as I can.
Amazing. I love the kind of learn a new skill set and go back or within the same company.
Yeah. It turned out that my boss at one point had moved up pretty high in the company and she sent my resume over to eventually the CTO when I joined. And he was like, yeah, you wouldn't have gotten that job without that recommendation. Yeah.
Which is great. You never know where those the difference those connections make in the future down the road.
Exactly.
That's amazing. Yeah. What piece of advice do you have for someone else looking to break into tech?
Those connections, right? No. You never know which party in your interview process is going to get the last say on, whether or not you should hire a candidate. So I know a lot of people will be like, oh, they're just the admin, they're just scheduling, whatever. But I had plenty of people be like, what's your read? What's going on? Or if something was starting to go awry, I would take the extra step and push for candidates that had been really nice to me. So, and stuff like this at conferences, just talking to people, because we met the same way a few years ago. We just sat down on a couch and you were like, hey, you want to do an interview? And I was like, yeah, let's do it.
Yep, that was Render 2022.
Yeah.
What's funny is I've been doing these interviews for a couple of years and I'm set on turning it into a real brand.
Yeah.
And so it should be a big thing. We'll see.
Well, that couch, everybody I've met.
Well, there's a lot of people that we talk to then.
Exactly, yeah. And that was right before you started working for yourself. And you were like, I hope it works out. And then I saw you the next year and you were like, it worked out.
Yeah. And then we're now almost exactly a little bit over 2 years now.
Yeah.
Doing that full time, which is wild. So here's the fun one. I'm really excited about this. Can you teach me something in 60 seconds?
Absolutely. We're going to start outside of tech and bring it back into tech. So if you walk up to someone and they are making something with yarn and they are holding one metal stick, that is crochet. If they are holding 2 metal sticks, that is knitting. They are 2 different things. And these kinds of fiber arts have been around since, I think, 6,500 BCE. It started with a lot of cultures developing it around the same time, often with bone needles, sewing things they look very similar to a knitted hat that we would wear today. And fiber arts and programming really informed each other. So textile making kind of in the same vein, you still use fiber. And so you know what a loom is, where you make a rug. The first use of punch cards was a jacquard loom, where they would feed the pattern to the loom using a punch card and it would print out the textile that way. And even NASA, I think in the 60s with MIT, taught women how to weave programming into core rope memory and sent that into space. That's how rockets were used. And you can see now in knitting patterns, people use a lot of the same concepts that we use in programming, and people are thinking about using knitting patterns to teach programming because they often use dry and concepts like that. And then the actual knit product is the output. So you can also teach testing that way. It should make this, it should look like the picture. Where am I going wrong following these steps? And Ravelry was one of the first websites to ever allow people to easily exchange patterns and technologies and information about these arts online. And you'll talk to local yarn shops and they'll say before Ravelry and after Ravelry were 2 entirely different times. And I forget the percentage, but at least half of people doing these right now are not grandmas. They're under 30. And it is a great time to be doing fiber arts.
This is hilarious. And so amazing that there was a totally not related, air quotes.
Yeah.
And then you tie it all the way back into tech. That's
Yeah.
super cool. I love that. Awesome. Well, thank you for joining me.
Of course.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
We'll continue to do this every year from
Yeah,
now on. And where are you from?
My name is Bonnie Shulkin. I am a content creator and I am from Berkeley, California.
Nice. And what is your favorite tech stack?
Currently, I am enjoying Next.js, full stack, and I like to use TypeScript.
Nice. Do you use Tailwind for styles or
I am
SAS?
very anti-Tailwind.
Okay, yeah.
I've been using, for now, actually, CSS modules and
Okay.
SAS. But eventually I'm thinking of trying to use, and I can never remember the name, the styled components with no runtime that Material UI is coming out with. And I think it starts with a P and is like pigment or pixel or something
Okay.
that to me is very generic.
Yeah, that's cool. Why not Tailwind?
I know how to do things with CSS. I am very fast with CSS and I know how to do exactly what I want to do. I don't feel the need to relearn how to do things with Tailwind.
If I go to write regular CSS now, I can't remember what CSS and what Tailwind classes.
Yeah.
Which I love Tailwind, but it takes away from me being able to write regular CSS.
And
so I get
if
it.
you're only writing Tailwind, and I'm sure it is much easier to learn Tailwind than it is to learn CSS, but the fact is I already know CSS. And so for me, rather than trying to figure out how CSS translates into Tailwind, I much rather just write the
Yep.
CSS directly.
Fair enough. I don't remember if I mentioned this, but I'll do origin story if you're okay with that.
Yeah, that's fine.
So what is your origin story in 60 seconds?
So I graduated with a computer science and astrophysics double degree in 1996, which is like ancient history for a lot of people. And then I went into I made a website for an X-ray telescope, and then I taught high school physics for 2 years, and then I worked at a planetarium, and then I settled into the tech sector. I worked at a software company for 11 years until it went under, or got purchased and dismantled. And then I worked at a startup, and then I started teaching at boot camps, and I was like, oh my God, I just love teaching. And I tried to go back into corporate tech, but I just felt like there just wasn't a place for me, as somebody who just really loves content creation and teaching. And so, almost 4 years ago now, I went to doing content creation full time.
It's amazing. Let's see. What was the last one? Okay. So can you teach me something in 60 seconds?
I hope so, although I think you might already know it. So React Server Components, they are a very big paradigm shift from the way people have been doing React, so they feel really hard. But the key to know is that you are rendering the component on the server and then never rendering it again. You're sending the render to the client. And because you're rendering it on the server, you can do things like make database calls and look at the file system. But because it never renders on the client, you can't re-render or do anything with hooks or state or anything interactive.
That's perfect. Yes. It's one that I've been spending a lot of time with recently.
Yeah.
But it's such a big paradigm shift that I think so many people are looking for maybe a high level 60-second answer.
Yeah.
Just to get a base level understanding of what it is and how it's different than what we've been doing for 10 or 15 years of doing like client-side rendering. It's a totally different shift.
It's just not how people think of React. Like
Yep.
having an asynchronous component function,
Yep.
just weird, right? Calling
Yep.
the database directly from your component function. It's not how people are used to doing it.
Yep.
It's not, I don't think it's difficult conceptually. I think it's just so different that it's hard for people to make the switch.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. What is your favorite tech stack? I would love to get you. Love it. That's another question I've done in the past is tell me a fun fact about yourself, which like that would be a fun fact about you. I feel like those are really cool too because it's all these things you would never know or expect of like
Right.
people's backgrounds.
Yeah.
But anyways, so yeah, I'm only kind of like formally prompting to then edit out later.
Okay.
Everything else would just go away. So,
Okay.
what is your name? What do you do, and where are you from?
I am Roxy, and I am a front end dev. Well, I'm trying to become a full-time front end dev because I'm currently a middle school librarian, former middle school math teacher, and I'm from Houston, Texas.
What is your favorite tech stack?
I'm front end. I'm doing JavaScript right now, and I think up next for me is React. I keep telling people that for some reason I really want to look into Python, but I can't go there yet. I'm not there yet.
That'd be fun. That'd be a big shift. It would give like good perspective, I think, on like different languages, which I've spent exclusively my time the last like 8 years in JavaScript. So I don't even have experience in like other languages more recently. So
Yeah, I want to eventually be full stack, but
Yeah.
right now front end. Yeah.
Yep. What's a piece of advice you have for someone looking to break into tech?
So advice I would give myself. I come to conferences, win the tickets, make the drive. I used my Southwest points to get here, so won my ticket. But like being in person is just you connect with people better. You make memories with them. It's not just like via text or whatever. And it's just you gain so much more perspective as well.
You mentioned winning the ticket. How did you win your ticket?
I won mine on Twitter from Brian Morrison. And so then I had my first coffee chat, which was with him because I won the ticket through a stream or a space rather. But yeah.
So one of my favorite things is it's actually a quote from New Girl, one of my favorite shows.
I love New Girl.
And it's the main character Jess is trying to pick up a man at a wedding. There's also another woman that's interested in the same man, and he's like the one single guy. And Jess is asking for advice from Winston, and Winston, who's my favorite character, just says, be there. Like everywhere he goes, be there. He goes to get a drink, be there. He goes to the dance floor, be there. He goes to the bathroom, probably don't be there. But like just the showing up part. And so I asked you about like, how did you get your ticket? Because you showed up and you were there and part of the conversation to one, see it, to then have the context of the conference, and then to be the person that's willing to take advantage of winning the opportunity and get the most out of it.
Yes. Yeah. It helps to have a very supportive family.
Yes. Yeah.
So that I could be like, hey, I won this ticket.
I'll be back in a few days. Yeah. Cool. Last thing. Can you teach me something in 60 seconds?
Okay. So I played roller derby. I played for Houston roller derby for 5 years for the Bayou City Bosses. And so I'm just going to teach you how to play roller derby. So each team has 4 blockers on the floor at once. You all start at the line, and then a few feet behind them, you have 2 jammers. So each team has a jammer. The jammer is the person that scores the points. So on the first whistle, the blockers go. On the first whistle, the blockers go. And so these 4 are moving, but rather slowly because they're going to want to try to catch the jammers. And then on the second whistle, the jammers go. And they have to try to break through the blockers. So then the opposing team, they're trying to like knock you down. I was a jammer. They're trying to knock you down. And then your team's trying to get you through, but also knock the other jammer down. So one of my favorite moves that we did like just a couple times after they saw it at like the World Cup or whatever is like one of my blockers would turn and like kind of reach around the out of bounds line and like swing me out. And, and it was like the coolest thing because usually the jammers are kind of small, but then that would at least get you like in front. So then like once you're in front of them, you can make your first lap around. And then after that, every opposing blocker and jammer that you pass, you get a point. And then that goes on for 2 minutes or until the jammer calls it.
That's cool.
But,
I have a friend from elementary school that does it. And I was talking to her brother, who's a friend of ours, and he was like, "Yeah, you should come watch one day." And then I was talking to my wife about it, and I was like, "I have no idea how roller, like I literally have no context for what it
Yeah.
is at all." Now I do.
Yeah. So I did flat track, and then bank track is the one that's like more theatrical.
Okay.
With like the elbows and everything. Because
Okay.
technically the elbows are
Yeah.
illegal in flat track.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it was super fun.
Cool.
And my nickname, or my skater name was Feisty, but my nickname was Twinkle Toes, because like in order to get around the blockers, because they're usually like really big,
Mhm.
I would like spin.
Yeah.
to, like get around. So yeah.
I'll have to see if
That's
you have
roller
any
derby.
footage that I can
Yeah.
watch of that later on.
Yeah.
Cool.
But yeah. Thank you so much for having
Thank you.
me.
Yes. Thanks. All right. Name, where are you from, and what do you do?
I'm Rosie Levy. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio, and I'm the Chief Customer Officer for Pieces for Developers.
Very cool. What is your origin story in about 60 seconds?
So I grew up a dancer and a reader and a writer, and then I also liked math. And someone told me, like my pre-calc teacher told me I should be an engineer. So I was like, cool. I went to engineering school and was like, did an engineering internship and was like, this is cool, but I'm staring in a warehouse all day long, and this is maybe not my personality type. And I heard software is pretty cool. So then I got a software consulting internship, and I loved that company, and I stayed with that company for 8 years as a software consultant doing product, project, and program management. And then I was looking for something different, something exciting, found a startup, really loved the customer facing role, really loved solving problems for users, and making sure that they're happy, and that I work with the engineering team to get them what they needed. That's where I landed here.
Very cool. The key thing that sticks out to me is you heard software development was cool.
Yeah.
Which I feel like is not the stereotypical, like what you hear about software developers, but I'm glad it influenced you in a positive way.
Oh yes.
That's
Well,
cool.
my dad worked in software, and
Okay.
he really loved it. And
Yeah,
so
yeah.
he kind of.
So you had a little bit of context for it. I got accepted into engineering school, and they asked me, what are you going to study? And I was looking at the list of majors, and I was like, I don't want to do like biomed or physics or like, it's like computer science. I literally had no idea.
Yeah.
And it worked out for me, but I didn't know.
I was industrial systems engineering, but that's because I started out as environmental engineering
Mm.
because I was like, oh, save the world.
Yeah,
But then I
obviously.
took organic chemistry and was like, oh no,
Not so much.
I can't
Yeah.
do this. So I switched to a math-based one, which was process engineering.
Yeah, math was always my favorite subject. I almost got a triple major in math, like
Wow.
so computer science, Spanish, and then math, just because you had to take a decent amount of math anyway.
Yeah,
But I didn't take the last couple, so
sure. It gets like just turns into theory at some
Yeah.
point, right?
yeah.
So
Cool. What is your favorite tech stack?
everything. Well, I mean, Pieces is built in Flutter and Dart, and it's
Mhm.
a new thing for me, and I'm still kind of discovering it, but it seems really interesting. But I have the soft spot for Python. That's what I learned in college, and I still use it for all my demos today, and I just really enjoy that.
Yeah, fair enough. And for people that maybe have never heard of Flutter and Dart, what are those two things?
It's a full-on framework for, I mean, it's full stack. So the Flutter is the framework in the front end that our web, and it works really well across Mac, Linux, and Windows, which is good for us. And then it's an open source language, Dart is. So we've actually contributed to it. It's a really fun, expansive language.
Yeah, love it. I know of it. I've just never used it myself.
Give it a shot.
Yeah. And then lastly, can you teach me something in 60 seconds?
Sure. So my fun fact is that I raced bicycles semi-professionally in the United States, which is pretty fun. And so my main thing to teach you is that you need to work smarter, not harder in everything, especially when it comes to endurance sports. So you have to go slow to go fast. You have to spend as much time as you can at kind of a low endurance pace, like drops in a bucket. Just get the hours on the bike or the running or the swimming or whatever you're doing. And it doesn't have to be hard. You can be talking while you do it, but just drops in a bucket and you will get so much faster. And if you're in a bike race and you are working the hardest of anybody in that bike race, you're not going to win. So at any given time, think about, where can I be where I don't have to work so hard? Can I be behind someone? Can I take the straightest line through a corner so I don't have to pedal out of it? What's the smartest way?
I love that. And that, I mean, you said applies to anything, especially I think in breaking a tech or like learning anything new is like that
100%.
consistency is the
Yes.
number one thing. My wife and I are currently training for a half, which we've done several in the past. The last one I did 2 years ago killed me because I stopped running like 3 weeks before. And I didn't realize that was like too far back to stop running.
Yeah.
So we've been in a good rhythm. We actually ran the 5K this morning.
Yeah, I
at
was
6
there
o'clock.
too, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think you started, like we had the baby with us.
Oh yes, I was a little more forward.
Yeah,
but yeah.
cool. Are
Yeah.
you running tomorrow?
I will be running
Sweet.
tomorrow.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right, we'll see
When
you
I'm
there.
away from my bike, I have to run.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
But no, it's true. It's if you in anything in life, the more consistent you are, and if you slow down and take a minute and say, is this the most important thing I can be doing at the
Mhm.
moment, and can I be doing this consistently? You're just gonna win.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's like a whole big conversation. I don't know, doing the right things and doing them consistently and checking in to make sure those are the right things for whatever the context is
And the
huge.
measurable
So,
goals along the way.
yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Thank
Cool.
you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ask you again, like name, where you from, what do you do? Cool. What's your name, where are you from, and what do you do?
So my name is Kevin Powell. I'm from Halifax in Nova Scotia in Canada, and I primarily teach people about CSS on my YouTube channel.
Kevin, what's a fun fact about you?
About 4 months ago, I started bouldering, which is like rock climbing, but shorter walls where you're not tied to anything. So yeah, that's sort of a off topic a little
Nice,
bit. but
yeah. So what's something you've learned about how to boulder?
It's something where because you're climbing, you think you just want to be pulling with your arms and using a lot of arm strength, but that basically gets you nowhere because you just get tired. So it's about body positioning, using your legs as much as possible, and just sort of holding on with your hands instead of pulling as much and saving it for when you really do need to actually make a move. And yeah, it's been fun. It's a good way to exercise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That feels very relevant for me. Did you do like the ropes course thing last night?
I tried it, but heights for me are not. Well, I did the rock climbing.
Oh,
ones.
okay, yeah.
But the other thing is.
So I did the other one with my nephews,
Yeah.
and I was like much more nervous than I thought I would be. And I was thinking like you're on a harness, so if you fall, like you're not going to actually fall.
Yeah.
But it had enough slack where I feel like if I fell all the way, to get back on the rope I would still be bending my knees. You know? And I was literally like flexing the whole time trying. And I think a lot of what you said is like, if you better position yourself and learn how to use your body and your weight, you don't have to like use all your arm strength. Cool. So that was fun fact. And what's a hot take that you have?
I don't like tailwind.
What's your alternative to tailwind?
It depends a little bit. I do like just going vanilla as much as possible. I do see benefit in sort of having, or I mean, it depends again there, but if it's something where it's a bit more split up, like I might use post CSS that you can use imports to bring things in if you're splitting off into different sort of for your file organization. Use SAS for the same thing. Also, if I'm using something like Astro or whatever, then you have your scope styling, and just writing as much vanilla within those instead of going the tailwind way.
Yeah. Do you think there's anything like detrimental of is there something you don't like about tailwind, or are you just comfortable with what you know?
Definitely part of it's I'm comfortable with what I know and I like writing it that way. So like I don't have any issue with that. The main detriment I see with tailwind is people that are exposed to it early on and they start using it in places where it's not really appropriate. I see beginners just like raw HTML using everywhere, and I'm just like, a few components to be good there, but they're not at that level yet, so it just becomes a bit of a nightmare. And then when they don't see, again, it's more in that beginner intermediate phase when they're sort of figuring things out. I find it just sort of like abstracts things a little more, but I get why people like it at the same time.
No. I was joking about this earlier that now if I go to write regular CSS, I can't remember what the properties are called because I'm used to the Tailwind classes. Occasionally it gets me the other way, but I'll write so much more Tailwind that I'm better at Tailwind than I am at regular CSS now.
There's a game out there that's like linking, like it shows you the Tailwind classes and you have to guess what it is. And
really?
There was a group of us that are more just like vanilla CSS guys that were all trying it. We're getting like 3 on 20.
That's a really cool idea. I like that. What alternative career would you consider if you weren't a developer and teacher?
It's a really good question because I've sort of gone in every direction to get here. I have a degree in film. I have my bachelor's is in urban planning. Those both ended up being things I didn't want to do, so that's why I'm not doing that. I did some graphic design. I think anything where I can continually be learning new stuff. I think that's why I like development in general and like the puzzle and like the problem solving side of things. I was always told, even in high school, that I should get into engineering, but no one really told me what that entailed. And I'm like, oh, that sounds really boring. I don't want to do that. I think if I knew earlier on sort of what that could have led to, I probably might have ended up down that path instead.
Yeah, that's fair. I told this earlier when I got into engineering school in college. They asked me what I was going to study, and I had to choose a major. And I was like, I don't want to do biomed. I don't want to do physics. But I have no idea. And I was like, computer science sounds cool. Maybe I literally knew nothing about it. Obviously, it's worked out. But it was just, I don't know, CS 101 class and enjoyed it enough to take 201 and then continued on through the major. And here we are, which is kind of interesting for people, like the pressure in high school and university to choose a major. Like you just really don't know. So the best you can do is pick something, take some classes, see what you think, and then just pay attention to the things I think that you like and to the things you don't like, and try to do more of the things that you like versus don't like.
Yeah, I find it crazy trying to decide that early on.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
Glad we got some other questions. All right, ready?
Cool.
What's your name? Where are you from? And what do you do?
Hi, I'm Keith Casey. You can call me Danger. Danger is my first name. I'm a product manager at Pangea, where we do APIs to make apps more secure. And I'm from Central Texas.
Cool. What is your origin story in about 60 seconds?
Okay, I could steal Batman's origin story, but that doesn't make a lot of sense. Fundamentally, I've always loved being a problem solver. Early in my career, or early in my education, I was going for electrical engineering. I thought that was lots of fun. It was fascinating moving around electrons, but I realized that software was way more fun and it was way more interesting. Despite the fact that I got a D in my second computer science class, I was like, I'm never coding again. And then it turned out that I was really good at it outside the classroom.
Yeah, it's funny. I tell people all the time I have a computer science degree, but I didn't learn near as much as I should have because I treated it like school. So I got good grades.
Yeah.
But I didn't know, like my technical interviews right after college, I bombed because I really didn't understand classes like in job. Like I don't know, but I got good grades. So don't.
Well, and my thought process is always a core piece of engineering is breaking this down to the smallest possible problem and then building it up there, like going down to like the core elements, the base principles, everything like that. So when I'm building code, when I'm architecting things, I always go down to what's the smallest possible problem I can solve and then build back up from there. So I've had people come to me and say, you approach this like an engineer. I'm like, yes.
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 Period. Love it. What's your favorite tech stack?
Ooh, and that's my confession. I don't code much anymore. I used to do a ton of Java way back in the day, PHP a little bit more recently than that. I'm very solidly mediocre in Go. I just mix and match things. I do a lot of stuff in curl right now because working with APIs, if I can make it work in curl, I can make it work in anything else.
Cool. What's a hot take that you want to share?
Ooh, that's a spicy one. Let's see. A few weeks ago, I wrote an article about how developer relations is dead. And that got reactions. And fundamentally, it boils down to we came through this golden age of tech. And we recently wrapped up that golden age, unfortunately. And part of it was 0% interest rates. So money was very easy to get. Easy has an asterisk by it. It's not always easy. But it let us be really sloppy with our spending, with our budgets, with our time and priorities. And so we had a lot of people in the developer relations space who said, what I do is so important, you can't measure it. That's a bad answer. We had a lot of people who said, the measurements I do have around developer relations are conference talks. Okay, that's a marginally better measurement. We can actually put a number next to it, but they didn't attach their behavior, their activities to company goals. And so them getting out in the field, they were very successful at it, but did it drive any company results? And at the end of the day, the people paying for things need to see some sort of results, because if you can't measure it, they can't budget for it. And I think we're seeing the pendulum swinging way too far back and companies eliminating DevRel teams. And part of it makes sense because they got into a bad position, but I think we're probably cutting a little too hard. But I'm hoping that the developer relations people that are left can directly connect their activities and their choices to the results for the company.
I'm 100% in agreement with you. And I spent the majority of my career in DevRel, and that has exactly been the case of like, you don't have hard metrics, you don't have hard outcomes, et cetera. You track some things, but the reality is like, if I talk to an audience of 100 people, the number 100 doesn't mean anything. Like,
Right.
it could have been 100 people sitting on their phones. It could have been 100 people really paying attention. It could have been whatever. I think the future of DevRel has to be people that are able to storytell and connect the dots, like you said, back to here's what you wanted as a company, here's things we did, and here's the results of that impact the thing that you're looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the places where DevRel, and I include myself in this to be clear, one of the places we screwed up is that if going to conferences is our number one metric and speaking on stage is our number one metric, okay, that's fine. But the people that we're working with back at the company, the engineers, the core engineers who build the things that we're going out there demoing, they didn't get to go to any events this year. They didn't get to go to any conferences. They didn't get to go hang out with the framework developers, the YouTube celebrities, the people that we get to hang out with on a daily basis. So the one conference they requested to go to, they got rejected from. In the meantime, DevRel people are posting pictures from really cool places with people where you go, oh, wait a minute, that's the lead developer of the framework that I use every day. And it's frustrating as hell for the engineers who we're dependent on.
Yep. Yeah. And it is, I think you said the pendulum swinging too far. I think that's happened. I think DevRel has always been the hard one to figure out where it lives.
Yeah.
It's always been the hard one to justify, and that becomes trouble when money becomes tight, which is where we've been.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we talk about like measuring DevRel, I've seen a number of lines of reasoning, and one group says we should consider it part of sales because it's warming up the sales process. The problem is sales has exactly one metric that they're measured by: dollars. So influence in a deal is not a sales metric, it's a marketing metric. So if influence is your metric, that's fine, but that's in the marketing org, and they have a lot of other metrics to attach to. And in fact, if you say influence is your number one metric, now you're attached to attribution. Attribution is the single hardest metric for any marketing organization to measure. And that's a bad position to be in. You want to attach yourself to very clear onboarding stats or something like that. I think it makes more sense as a product-led organization or a product-led team, or maybe a developer onboarding customer success kind of team. Like, those make more sense in general.
Yep. Love it. Last one. Can you teach me something in 60 seconds?
Yes. So I am an OAuth guy. I've been an OAuth guy. So you're probably familiar with this, but I spent 5 years at Octum, now at Pangea for a year. And OAuth is my focus. It's what I spend a ton of time on. So when most people think about single sign-on, integrations, everything like this, a lot of people think like sign-in with social auth providers. The underlying concept of OAuth is that I can provide login and credentials without sharing my credentials. So the analogy I always use is a hotel. When you go to a hotel, you go to the front desk and you present your credential, your driver's license, your passport, whatever. You submit a billing credential, a credit card, and they issue you a key card. That key card doesn't have any personal information on it. It has a couple things. It has an identifier, which is probably just a unique ID back to the database, and it has an expiration date, and that's it. But that identifier, which now doesn't have any sensitive information on it, can be used to access your room, the front door, the health, the workout center, everything like that. And so now, even if you lose that credential, that's fine. That's not a big deal. You haven't compromised your information. So OAuth is effectively a hotel key card.
The delegated access, and the downside of that, or the thing to keep in mind, is if that token, that hotel card gets out, there's no validation when you go to unlock the door that you are who you were supposed to have been originally.
Yes, there's no bouncer at your hotel room.
So if those things get out, that is just access. Now your personal information is not out there, but the things you had access to are now accessible.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's why most it's very rare you see a hotel key card that has a room number printed on it. It has a hotel brand, and that's it, because they acknowledge that's a risk.
Yep, absolutely. Cool. I love it. I mean, no one else is in here listening, but wife is working at Auth0 now. I worked at Auth0. I haven't talked about OAuth and OpenID Connect in a few years now, but it is a conversation I was a part of for a couple of years while I was there.
I've lived and breathed. I have a LinkedIn course on OAuth and OpenID Connect. Okay. So I've been there, got the t-shirt, literally got a few t-shirts with it.
You know, it's funny. Jared Parecki came.
Aaron Parecki.
Aaron, sorry. Thank you. Yeah.
Aaron is a brilliant guy. I reviewed his book in 2016. Fantastic guy. If you have a choice between me and Aaron, choose Aaron.
Fair enough. He right before I joined Auth0, I was at FedEx doing software engineering. Aaron actually came in and did I don't know where I got Jared from. Aaron actually came in and did a workshop with with FedEx.
Yes.
Which they then adopted Okta at the time, but it was like right as I was leaving to go to Auth0, and this was before acquisition.
Yeah.
So we were like direct competitors
Yep.
at the time.
I remember
Yeah.
that time.
Yep.
And well, that's an interesting thing going back to what we were talking about earlier of DevRel as potentially a sales tool. That's a scenario where you could use DevRel as a sales tool to help close deals. And so if you look at the blend of one of those workshops, you'll notice that there are a number of existing customers of Okta in that mix, along with a number of prospects, along with just people interested in the community. That's a place where DevRel can actually help sales. But again, it's back to influence, not closing the deal.
Yep. Yeah, and you have to have people at Aaron's level and similar of expertise. And I think that's one of the downsides of DevRel is you lose a little bit of that technical expertise. You can, unless you're really intentional.
It's like
about
any
it.
sort of workout. If you skip a day,
right, you
that muscle gets
sacrifice.
weaker.
Yep.
And now with DevRel, people who have not shipped production code in weeks, months, years, they just get weaker at it.
Yep.
And that's not a value judgment. That's just a statement of fact. If you don't do something, if you get out of practice,
Yep.
that's all.
There was actually a post on Twitter, basically someone arguing like you can, basically saying there's no degradation in going into DevRel from a technical skills perspective. And I was basically what you just said. It's like, no, like you're doing all these other things. There's no way you're as good an engineer as you were when you were writing code 40 hours a week. Now you can still be a really good engineer, but you're not as good as you were because you're doing so many other things. You just can't be. You're not practicing it as much.
I mean, it's a matter of time and priorities.
Yep.
If you spend less time on this thing, you're going to be less good at it than you were before.
Yep.
That's all it is.
I'm saying, think about professional athletes. Like they don't get really good and then just stop working out. They work out every single day for hours a day.
And you can tell the people who slack off during the off season,
and
because
come
they
back.
come back in spring training or whatever, and they
a little
look
rough.
awful.
Yeah. That's funny. Cool. Well, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for the time.
Yeah. I think that's